episode of Surviving the Survivor. We bring you the best guests in all of true crime. Don't forget to subscribe and smash that like button. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning broadcaster, Joel Waldman.
Hey, Mario, do you hear me? All of SGS Nation hears me. How are you, everybody? Good morning. Welcome to Surviving the Survivor, the podcast that promises to bring you the very best guests in all of true crime. Silly me. I didn't realize that we were live yet, but Space Coast is on it. By the way, special shout out to Space Coast. Today is Space Coast birthday. Happy birthday to Space Coast, and we'll be celebrating throughout the day. I've already annoyed him by hitting the button getting ready to go live, but we are all good, and we are awaiting testimony, the fourth day of testimony in the Karen Reed trial. The very fourth day, not first, not second, not third, fourth day. And expected on the stand today, firefighter Katie McLaughlin. She was on the stand yesterday, expected to be crossed today by the defense. And there will be a jury view today as well of the house where, according to the defense, a conspiracy took place. And that is 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. And so they are expected, the jurors are, to take a look at that. Right now, you are seeing the good old reliable ceiling fan in the Norfolk District courthouse here, where this trial is set to resume at any moment. The plan today is to go a full day. It was my mistake, my misunderstanding. Originally, I thought they said full days Monday and Wednesday, half days Tuesday and Thursday, but it appears that they are doing full days of court on Friday as well. Full days on Friday. So I'm not a morning person. It is early morning, trying to get my head straight here. Yesterday, it is important to note that firefighter McLaughlin testified that Karen Reed told the firefighter, and I quote here, "I hit him." She repeated it. Here we go. You can see Judge Beverly Canoni with all her paperwork.
Welcome to Zoom for Government. And
within the courthouse, the judge has entered the building. The judge has entered.
Your participant leave, please enter the meeting passcode followed by pound.
I slept like a baby last night. No.
You have joined the meeting as an attendee and will be muted throughout the meeting. The host, you are unmuted.
Happy birthday, Space Coast. Hope you're having a fantastic day, from Kim DeLorme. From Space Coast, LOL, the Zoom sounds. It's the new that is the new fax sound, the Zoom sound.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the Norfolk County of Norfolk. Draw near, give me attendance, and shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
2282CR117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson for Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Judge David Unetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Unetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their hands. So while you bring your witness in, Mr. Lally, I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for a brief minute. But
So I believe they're going to a brief sidebar right out of the gates. You're looking at Karen Reed in a very lightly textured plaid jacket there. There is John O'Keefe's father and his brother Paul O'Keefe to his right. I do not see the mother this morning. The pain on their faces, especially his, pretty much says it all, sitting through this trial day in and day out. We should be joined, I believe, at least part of the day by Jeff Wood, retired FBI. And I'll be here watching along with you. You've got witnesses now, multiple witnesses saying that they flat out heard people saying Karen Reed said, I hit him. It's not in a question form. It's a statement. So, that's going to be a critical piece of evidence in this case. But those who believe, and there's the family of Karen Reed, but for those who believe in this conspiracy, it's funny how the mind works and how people hear things. Aniello says police, paramedics, people in the house, medical staff, the dog all conspired to frame Karen. Give me a break. Obviously, not buying it. From Melanie here. Good morning, Joel and STS. She's coming to us from Dubai. Happy to be back watching the trial with you all the way from Dubai, watching this. Look at this. This is an interesting comment from Marie McCullough. Please email us, survivingthesurvivor@gmail. I'd love to have you on as a guest, possibly. Went to school with Karen Reed, and she was a mean girl. You thought she was above everyone. Interesting. So, Dad's got a resting mean face there, and so does Mom, for that matter. But can't judge a book by its cover. But Marie, survivingthesurvivor@gmail. Maybe there's a small group of high schoolers who went to high school with Karen Reed that want to come on Surviving the Survivor. I'd be very interested to hear about this. Very sad for the O'Keefe family. Dad, as Lorna says, looks completely broken. Quick programming note for today. Outside of celebrating Space Coast birthday throughout the day, 5 p.m., if I make it to there, we are doing Phil and Scott's show. Great Scott, it's your true crime Phil at 5 o'clock, and we're going to be looking again through their eyes at the Barry Morphew case. It looks like Barry Morphew's in a bit of trouble now that they found the remains of his wife, who went missing Mother's Day 2020, and they found her remains, and the autopsy is confirmed to be a homicide, and animal tranquilizers were found in her bone marrow, which is all they had. Coincidentally, Barry Morphew liked to shoot deer with tranquilizer guns, and they even found a tranquilizer cap in the dryer when investigators were there. So we're going to be looking at that. And look at Space Coast. Yeah, Space Coast. He's a morning guy. I don't know how or why. It's late on the East Coast. I've been up for 2 hours already. I've been up for about a half hour, and not liking it. I'm an afternoon guy. I'm much more an evening guy, for that matter. O'Keefe's sister-in-law sitting right there near Reed, former good friend. That's got to be uncomfortable and odd that they're. This courtroom looks like my studio here, like a walk-in closet, basically. So they are sitting right on top of each other. We're going to hang tight here. Karen Reed, as you can see, with her chin on her hand, watching the lawyers at a sidebar with Judge Beverly Cannoni. There's also many people who believe that Karen Reed is innocent, who believe that the judge is very biased towards the Commonwealth. I have not seen that, but that is what the consensus is among the free Karen readers. Karen, according to Sarah Adams, says doesn't look so confident today, and that again is because multiple witnesses have now come forward and said that they are eyewitnesses to Karen Reed saying, I hit him, meaning I was the one who hit John O'Keefe. Not saying that is a confession, but I'm sure that has the jury's ears perked up. But we will see the evidence and how they play this in court. And looks like we're getting ready for some testimony. So I will stop talking. Hopefully Jeff Wood pops in, former FBI Boston, and we'll watch this together. Happy Friday.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case down here is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning. Now, I have a few more questions for you. So, turn your attention to the period of time you testified about yesterday when you're at, Mr. O'Keefe is in the back of the ambulance. With respect to his clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to that clothing?
He had, in terms of what he was wearing,
First, in terms of what he was wearing.
he was wearing jeans. He had on a dark colored light zip up jacket. And I noticed one sneaker.
Now, with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make in regard to the condition of that clothing?
It was soaked through.
As far as tears or holes or anything else with regard to that clothing, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
I didn't see any.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness room?
Yes. Okay.
Now, first, Firefighter McLaughlin, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Do I recognize,
What it is?
what it is?
Yes.
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The address of the call, 34 Fairview Road.
Now, with respect to this photograph, do you observe within it or where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground when you first arrived?
From this angle, no, I don't.
And if you could, it was not on the photograph, is it off to the left, the right, or where would it be in relation to this photograph?
To the left, I would say.
And about how far off frame do you believe it was?
I'm not sure. So my view of the call was, my reference point wasn't a house on either side. The patient was off the road. So my view of this call was the patient was on the side of the road. The only thing that I noted was a fire hydrant. So in relation to, I know it was to the left of a house, but I'm not sure exactly how far left it would be from this picture, from this angle.
So your memory is to the left of the house near a fire hydrant, is that correct?
Yes.
Take that down. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. McLaughlin.
Morning.
You responded to the call of an unresponsive male in the snow at 34 Fairview. That was the address you were called, correct?
Correct.
The house you just looked at, that is in fact 34 Fairview, right?
Correct.
As Mr. O'Keefe was being transported by ambulance, you were instructed by Firefighter Flamati to get information about the victim from Karen Reed, correct?
He wasn't being transported by the ambulance at that time. He was on the stretcher. And Tony, who was at the head of the stretcher, asked me to get information from Miss Reed about the patient, but he wasn't being transported in the ambulance at that time.
Who's Tony?
Firefighter Flamati.
Got it. When you did, in fact, did you follow those directives?
I did.
When you finally approached Miss Reed in order to get that medical history as best you could, what did the scene look like? Who was with you or around you?
So they started to move the stretcher towards the ambulance. Miss Reed was sort of, I guess I would describe it as moving around the scene. So she was moving, kind of going in circles. So I was really just focused on her, trying to get her to converse with me and get those questions. So that I wasn't really noticing anything else at that point. I was more just trying to contact her, and she was moving around.
What were you wearing at the time?
I had my like winter fire jacket on.
What color is it?
It's yellow and red.
Bright yellow for safety purposes.
Yes.
When you began your actual questioning, once everybody sort of stood still, and you began your questioning of Ms. Reed, you were standing in one spot, Ms. Reed was standing to your right, is that right?
Well, the questioning started, as I said, she was moving around the scene. So the questioning was ongoing as she was moving around to different locations. I don't know exactly how many of the questions I got out during the time that she was moving around. At one point, we did come to a stop. And at that point, she was to my right.
That's the point I want to focus your attention on, if I could. When you came to a stop, that's the point at which you recall the statement being made that you attribute to my client.
Yes.
Okay. And in that group, who was there? I want to make sure I understand this exactly.
So there was Miss Reed to my right. There was a civilian woman to my left. There was a police officer who was not directly across from me, but I would say maybe diagonal to me, closer to Miss Reed.
Your Honor, I'm holding a photograph. This is shown to the Commonwealth. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll show you Ms. McLaughlin, a still photograph. I'm going to ask you to take a quick look at that photograph and look up after you've studied it for a second and tell me if you recognize people that are in that photograph.
I recognize
Okay.
people in it.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes. Is this an exhibit, or are you moving to introduce it?
I'm moving to introduce it. It has not been introduced as yet.
Okay. So go ahead and have the witness adopt it first.
Sure. Do you see the person closest to frame? Closest to the camera?
Yes.
In what appears to be a yellow and red jacket.
Yes.
Who's that?
That would be me.
Who's to your right?
It appears to be Miss Reed,
And to your left?
a civilian woman,
And across, as you said, sort of diagonal, closer to Miss Reed is?
a police officer.
Do you know that officer's name, by the way?
I don't know his name.
Okay. Your Honor, with that, I would ask that this be marked as next in order.
Okay. Is there any objection?
No objection.
So we are going to remark these exhibits today because of the problems that I indicated at sidebar. How do you want to do this, Madam Reporter? I don't know where we start from. Tori, how many are in evidence? Folks, it's my responsibility to make sure the record is intact, and you've heard numbers 1, 3, 309, 247. We need to straighten this out to make sure it's appropriate for you. You know what, Madam Clerk, Madam Court Reporter, just mark it as the next exhibit number, whatever in the hundreds that is, and we'll take care of this today. I don't want to waste your time, folks, while we do this, but it's very important that we do it. All right. All right, so there was any objection to that from the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, this is the time or the scene that you've told us about when you heard the statement that you've attributed to my client, correct?
Sorry, say that again?
Sure. This is a moment in time, it captures a moment in time when you're standing there, to your right is Karen Reed, which you've described, to your left is a civilian female, which you've described, and across from you is an officer, which you've also described.
Yes.
So this would be the time or close in time to the time that you heard the statement that you attribute to Ms. Reed, correct?
Yes.
The first time you ever made that official report, or an official report to law enforcement regarding that statement was January 30th, 2022, correct?
Well, yes and no. The statement was made in front of the police officer, so that would technically be the first time that statement was made to a police officer in my presence. And then, yes, I testified to it on January 30th, as you said.
You said it on January 30th. You weren't testifying under oath, correct?
Okay. Said it.
Okay.
Yes.
My question was really, and I appreciate you clarifying, my question was really the first time you actually told this statement to any law enforcement officer was on January 30th.
Yes.
Okay, we can take that down. That was when you met with Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, that was very close in time to the event. It was the next day. Is that right?
Yes.
The events were close.
The 29th. Yeah. So it would be the next day.
Right, 29th, 30th.
Yeah.
Okay. The events were fresh in your mind at that time.
Yes.
You obviously knew about the importance of that interview. You knew that it dealt with a police officer who had passed.
I knew it was important to talk to the police about what I heard.
And you wanted to be accurate.
Yes.
You wanted to be as detailed as you possibly could.
Yes.
And you understand that memories, obviously, they get a little worse with time, not better with time, right?
Sure.
The closer in time you are to the event, the fresher your memory is going to be about the details of that event. You would agree with that, right?
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor the day after the event, on January 30th, that the statement that you attribute to my client was actually made to the female, not to you in response to your questioning. That's what you told Trooper Proctor, correct?
I don't have those notes in front of me, so I don't know that I can tell you that that's correct, but the statement was made in response to my question. However, the Miss Reed was looking at the civilian woman as she said that.
Does it refresh your recollection that what
Don't read what you think refreshes a recollection. You can show or you cannot read it. Yes.
take a look at the highlighted portion of that report and look up when you're finished.
Okay.
May I?
Sure.
Your Honor, may I
Yes.
approach? Does that refresh your recollection about what you told Trooper Proctor on January 30th?
Yes.
And you told Trooper Proctor,
Don't
quote,
let her,
in turn,
hold on. I'll see you at sidebar.
Alan Jackson, the defense attorney, is in a little timeout right now. He's going against the judge's wishes. She did not want him to read what she had remembered, just wanted to show him. And they were arguing over that.
Yes.
in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was, quote, Karen then turned to her friend and stated, I hit him. End quote. Correct?
Okay.
Is that yes?
Yes, if you're saying that's in quotation marks in that, then yes.
That's what's in the report.
Okay.
And you don't have to agree with me. I'm asking yes or no questions, not okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So in fact, what you told Trooper Proctor was that Karen Reed looked at the female to your left and said 4 times, I hit him, correct?
Yes.
And have you since learned the name or identity of the female that was standing to your left?
No.
You're aware that the female that was standing to your left reported the exact same statement?
No.
Are you aware that the female standing to your left reported that exact same statement as, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him?
No, I'm not aware of that.
You then went back to the ambulance after you heard that statement that you believed you heard my client state.
Yes.
You opened the ambulance door, correct?
Yes.
That was the back door,
The side door.
the side door. And there were two firefighter paramedics in that ambulance at the time, correct?
I believe there were more than 2 at that time.
2 of them included firefighter Nuttall and firefighter Flamani.
Yes.
And at that point, you told them what you believed you had just heard.
So I went into the back of the ambulance. I said, this is his name. This is his date of birth. She says he doesn't have any medical history or allergies, doesn't take daily medications. And then I said, she's saying I hit him. And firefighter Nuttall motioned to his face and said something.
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask another question.
So the answer to my question is yes, you told in front of Flamati and Nuttall the phrase, I hit him.
Yes.
You didn't write that in any report.
I don't write a report in this scenario of my job.
Let her finish the answer, please.
So there are 2 people that will write reports in my department on a call, one being the lead paramedic and the other being the officer who's on scene. So those are the people that write reports, and I was neither of those, so I did not write that in a report.
Okay.
That's correct.
So let me ask the question again. You didn't write it in any report?
No.
You didn't write it in any notes?
No.
You didn't document that statement in any way whatsoever, correct?
Other than my interview with Proctor and my subsequent testimony.
You didn't document that statement in any way yourself, did you?
No.
Since January 30th, in that conversation that we just talked about with Trooper Proctor, your statement has evolved. Is that right?
I don't know how to answer that.
You testified yesterday to something quite different
Not quite different.
than what you testified, I'm sorry, than what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
Respectfully, I think my testimony has been pretty consistent.
You testified to something yesterday quite different in context than what you told Trooper Proctor. Isn't that right?
I don't know that that's right.
Well, you told Trooper Proctor, Karen Reed looked at a female standing to your left, said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Right?
Yes.
Yesterday, you told these jurors that Karen Reed said, I hit him, and an officer said, you what? And she repeated, I hit him, and the officer immediately turned and went to find another sergeant. Is that right or no? Yes or no?
No, there was more to that testimony.
That's not what you said yesterday?
I think I said more than that, than what you just repeated.
Is what I said consistent with what you said yesterday? There's a lot of things that you said, more of. I'm asking, is that the sum and substance of what you told these jurors yesterday?
Yes.
So you would agree that from that time till yesterday, your story has evolved. It's changed.
Would I agree with that?
No?
I don't know that I agree with that.
You think the story that you told Trooper Proctor is exactly the same
I
story?
understand what you're saying. So I understand what you're saying.
So has your story evolved?
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Defense looking a little desperate here. Argumentative, combative.
Who's Caitlin Albert?
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
Somebody named Caitlin Albert.
I went to high school with somebody named Caitlin Albert.
So do you know Caitlin Albert?
I do.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert?
I would say more acquaintances, not close friends.
How do you describe an acquaintance?
I would say that we have mutual friends, so we might see each other occasionally because of mutual friends, but we don't have a one-on-one friendship or hang out regularly.
Who's her dad?
I don't know.
Do you know who her family is?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach her?
Yes.
This is one man's opinion, and that's mine. But I think Alan Jackson is losing this battle. Neely here with a good point. Jeff Wood just bouncing in. I'm going to bring him in. Jeff, you're coming in. This is firefighter Katie McLaughlin, and Alan Jackson is crossing her. This witness said that she heard very clearly Karen Reed say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." And now he's getting very combative with her. She's a very believable, credible witness, and we're just watching some of this play out. There's a shot of Karen Reed. Jeff, bigger picture. You see Neely's comment here. Alan Jackson making huge mistake. EMS are heroes. And then you hear Grateful here saying the defense is getting desperate. How careful does he have to be with trying to shred apart a firefighter who was on scene trying to save John O'Keefe's life?
I think this is where he really needs to be cautious, because it's easier to attack police officers. I can't tell you how many times I was attacked on the stand. So, I mean, we're ready for it. Firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, as you said, they are there to try and save someone's life, help someone out. And so when you go after them, you know, and especially if they can remain cool and collective, and you said that she's doing a great job. I haven't seen it, but it makes the defense attorney look bad. And I've actually seen, I happened in a courtroom with me, I've never seen a judge yell in a courtroom where they go after the defense attorney, where this is my courtroom. I decide how evidence comes in and out. You know, like, I want to hear the answer. I'm the judge. You don't get to decide what answers you like and don't like. So, you know, that then goes to the jury sees that, hears that. They get to the point where they're like, oh my gosh, what, you know, if the judge attacks the defense attorney in the open courtroom, it can have an effect. So, yes, I think here you ask your questions to the paramedic, but you kind of let them go, and hey, it is what it is. She's saying what she heard. You may not like it, and that's the thing. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you go on the offensive. I mean, here she's a firefighter. She's not doing an investigation. She was there to try and save his life, try and get things going. Let her say what she says. You want to paint the show that the police did a horrible investigation. That's who you go after. Leave the other first responders.
Ms. McLaughlin, I'm going to let you step out for a few minutes. Show them what you have, and let a court officer know when you're ready for me to come back out.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, this is interesting. So the jury has been let out. That's why they stood a moment ago. And we're going back to the ceiling fan. And the judge just said, I'm going to let you show them what you have. I'll be honest. I'm not completely sure what that means. What I do know is she was just responding. She was just responding to the scene that night, January 29, 2022. And she was very clear in her testimony, again, that she heard Karen Reed say multiple times, I hit him, I hit him. Of course, speaking about John O'Keefe, who's now deceased, police officer John O'Keefe. And she's not the only one who said this. So Alan Jackson knows that that is damning testimony. And what he's trying to do, he's trying to present a case where she gave differing testimony to Michael Proctor. And Michael Proctor is sort of a lightning rod in all this. He is the Massachusetts State Police lead investigator. And he himself is under investigation related reportedly to this case. So now they're trying to sort all this out. But again, Jeff Wood, to you, I mean, all a firefighter can really do, and now this is where it gets tricky because she's apparently friends with the Albert family. That's the family that's in question here. But she, in my opinion, comes across very credible. Rosemary Romero here saying Karen Reed is looking nervous. She can't ignore what the obvious is. She knows what she said, but they're working triple time here. Jeff Wood, Alan Jackson is on the defense to try to muddy the waters, basically saying, look, you said something different when you spoke to Michael Proctor. I was not here for full disclosure yesterday, so I'm not sure what the discrepancy is between what she is saying she said today and what she said to Proctor. But Jeff Wood, his job is to make it seem like she changed her story. I just don't think it's working yet. Your thoughts on all this?
Again, he wants to try. He's trying. He wants to take the wind out of everyone's. He wants to take the fire, the oomph out of everyone's argument about one, the comment she made. I hit him. He's going to try and say, I hit him, and it was a question, right? She didn't say, did I hit him? But the way she said it was, I hit him. Like the whole my cousin Vinny thing. Like, I shot the clerk. I shot that. I don't think he doesn't. Again, to me, I'm not the attorney. It is what it is, and I think here, if you can show what she said once and that she changed her story, that's great. But she's not changing her testimony, and to me, it looks like now you're trying to beat up on a witness that you shouldn't beat up. Beat up the police officers. Beat up the detectives. We can take it. We can take it stronger.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where, hey, listen, at the end of the day, if my story overall stays the same, it's going to stay the same. So just because one day I say ABC and one day I go ABC and maybe I add a little something or I forget, every time we tell a story, it's never going to come out the exact same way. So you want that consistency. And if overall her statements have always been consistent, again, if I was a defense attorney, which I'm not, I would try and get this person off the stand as fast as possible. I would be coming after I would go after the detectives, right? Just because I'm friends with someone. If I live in a town, listen, at the end of the day, law enforcement, firefighters, paramedics, they're seeing each other on the stand all the time. Or not the stand, they're seeing themselves around the town. They're going to hang out together. We do things that we have a common type background. So we're going to be friends with a lot of people that we work with. Just because we're friends with someone doesn't mean that I'm a firefighter. Oh, here's a body I'm going to start trying to do something with. I'm not going to just because my friend lives in the house right over there, I'm not in the house. I'm here with the body. This is where I'm going to pay my attention to. Why would I go anywhere else other than the person I'm going to try and see? Can we revive this person? Do we have the ability to save this person? And if we don't, we don't. But at the same point, I'm not going to go running into a house and go, hey, buddy, what's going on? Oh, wait, let me go back outside now, right? This is the deal. I just...
SRA says we're both wrong, Jeff Wood, followed by Loaded Hot. This is the issue with the conspiracy. I've seen the pics of her with the Alberts, and they are closer than she says they are. Maybe maybe not. It's tough to tell from a photo. I just think that she comes across credible. I think this is a big problem for the defense. I think Alan Jackson's a very competent defense attorney, and he is trying to make the point that she is told different versions of the story. The problem is she stood her ground. She basically said to Alan Jackson, no, I disagree with you. I basically have been saying the same thing. I haven't changed my version of the story. And Jeff, that's the problem, because he's now, by keeping her up there, he's now giving her the chance to underscore, to say, like, to really bring it home, saying, no, I did hear her say I hit him. So, like, instead of having it come across to the jury maybe once or twice, Jackson's pushing her, and she's able to now repeat that testimony again so it's like embedding it in the jury's minds. That's a problem. I think you are right that he'd be best served to just get her out of there.
Right. And well, if you remember, on Monday night, the attorney said, you want to have, the prosecutor comes out, here are the facts. Then you're going to hear the facts again during the witnesses that are bringing in the evidence. And then you're going to wrap it up again. So the jury hears it 3 times, right? The defense is walking into it saying, you're going to hear it now more than that. So you just heard her testify during the prosecution. I heard her say, I hit him. And now he's attacking on her, and she's saying the same thing. So when you're under cross-examination and you say it again and you're not changing your story, that's bad for the defense, because the jury is listening and saying, the witness is not changing their story, and I'm hearing the exact same answer twice. So that's putting into the jury's head, here's the evidence and stuff. I mean, one of my trials, it happened. Here's my testimony. And the good thing is if you notice, they're not usually the witnesses are not getting to say, I've seen it happen once so far in the trial, but I'm always a big believer. If I'm as a law enforcement officer, I reviewed everything I needed to do. I never once asked to review my notes on the stand, because again, it goes to the jury. You know your case, you know your testimony. So, and she's a firefighter. She's not even a law enforcement officer. So this isn't like her typical job of saying, I have to prepare for a trial, right? So she's saying it once without notes. And now the defense is crossing her and she's saying it again without notes. I can tell you how damaging it is to a defense argument. Now, doesn't mean that this is, this is week 1 of a long time. But my point being, it's when the jury sees somebody acting so professional and you see the defense attorney getting riled up and not able to keep their cool, it just looks bad for the defense. It would be the same thing if this was a prosecutor and the prosecutor was looking bad. It's, hold on one second.
Yeah, no worries. These comments are interesting. RN54, this is her saying it, not me. She's very credible, clearly serious about her work. Another EMS worker I'd be happy to care for, any family member of mine. Then you see the flip side of this. They're changing their versions, according to Colleen. Maybe, I don't know. Neely says, so Alan Jackson, the defense attorney, wants us to believe that EMS started this quote-unquote frame while O'Keefe was in the ambulance. No way. You got to think that these, Colleen agreeing with me, which is always dangerous. I agree with Joel on embedding it in their minds. And Sarah Adams, defense keeps hammering it. But it's just, again, this case is fascinating to me. And shout out to Katie Cool Lady here, the Heart Space. Agree with Joel on this also. The jury keeps hearing this over and over. I mean, there's no doubt about that because she's having an opportunity, this firefighter, to repeat it. The thing that is just, and I was looking at stuff on Twitter again. This is one of these cases. Most cases, I feel like the majority of the public is either coming in anti-defendant or somewhat open-minded. In this case, I'm not seeing that or feeling that from anyone. It's we've got a side, and we're putting our stake in the ground, and we're not having it. We're not listening to the other side. But right now, Jeff, I mean, what do you think when the jurors see this and hear this and hear some arguing? And hello, good morning to Jeff's dog.
Yeah, see, he's being a little noisy right now.
It's all right. I love dogs. Just what do jurors think when they see a defense attorney arguing with a firefighter?
Again, to me, it's one of those things where when you attack someone and their story isn't changing, it paints the defense attorney in a bad light. Right? I mean, the jurors are going to see that, and they're going to see the defense. And the picture I would take as a jury member is when it looks like I'm losing and I'm trying to do everything I can to win, which is obviously the case, right? The prosecution wants to win, the defense wants to win. I'm just saying when that happens, the jury picks up on it and says, "Oh wow, the defense attorney is really angry because he's not getting the answers." And I can remember telling, it wasn't a trial; it was a hearing.
So, Mr. Jackson, let's mark for identification the items that you.
So it looks like they're getting back. The jury's coming in. Interesting comment here that
Do you want me to describe them for the record?
some will not like. Sharon Chipley saying she'd vote guilty on at least one of the
So they're
charges.
not to be put up on the screen.
I've seen that happen where
Items, one of them.
So don't describe them. I need to.
I'm sorry. Finish that thought, Jeff.
I have seen. Come here. I've seen where there's multiple charges, and the jury will come back and say we're guilty on these charges and innocent on these charges. So it happens all the time.
All right, here comes Alan Jackson. He's back.
All right.
Good boy. Good boy.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk. Okay, so we have four pieces of paper marked for identification that appear, you got these off of social media sites, Mr. Jackson?
That's correct.
Okay. When did you get these?
I couldn't tell you the exact date, but we probably had them for between 6 months and a year.
All right. And Commonwealth, you've not seen these before?
No, Your Honor.
Right. So we'll talk about Rule 14 in a little bit, but we'll bring the witness in. You can ask her questions, Mr. Jackson, about her vacation that you mentioned, the drinking that you talked about, the relationship with Ms. Albert. I've forgotten the first name already. And Caitlin, and about the house. So you can ask her questions about that. And let's see, you can show her these exhibits or these marked for identification if you need to. You may have trouble actually getting those into evidence, but I'm going to let you find out. You can ask her to identify them, how long ago they were, things like that.
Thank you.
All right, could we bring in Ms. McLaughlin,
May I
please? Yes. And Commonwealth, you just saw these today. I'm sorry, I don't remember if I asked you that.
Yes, and yes.
And you were objecting that, you objected at sidebar that these come in at all?
Correct.
Oh, here's the fourth one, I'm sorry.
Quick note, I have to take a call in 5 minutes. If there's a
In here,
sidebar.
so I'm taking a call, so I'm going to have to mute. So
I'll
I'm
have you
sorry.
mute. No, mute yourself. Jeff and I will be back probably in 15 minutes, but you can.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, Mr. Jackson's going to be allowed to ask you questions outside the presence of the jury, and you're still under oath, and you have to answer them truthfully, okay?
Okay.
Interesting. So the jury is out right now, and she's going to be answering questions.
McLaughlin, when, just briefly as a predicate, when you stepped out, I just want to make sure we're very clear. Did you have a conversation with anybody from the Commonwealth between the time you walked out of court and just now?
Just about if I needed a drink of water or to use the restroom.
Okay, but nothing about the substance of your testimony?
No.
Ms. McLaughlin, I asked you before we broke if you know who Caitlin Albert is.
Yes.
You said that you went to high school with somebody by that name, correct?
Yes.
You in fact know that person as a friend, correct?
I know her.
She's more than an acquaintance.
I would say she's an acquaintance. She's not a close friend.
She in a group of friends of yours?
We have mutual friends.
How long have you known her?
Probably since high school.
When you say, and I don't want to ask your age, I wouldn't do that. How many years, how long of a span of years have you known her?
Since high school, so maybe 10.
And you know her family, generally?
I don't.
You don't know anything about her family?
I don't know her family.
Had you ever been to her house?
Not that I recall ever being there.
Not that you recall, or you haven't? Those two different things.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay, so you might have been there, you just don't recall.
I don't recall ever being there.
Okay. If I were to ask you if you have ever been to her house, yes or no, you cannot answer that because you don't know. You cannot recall, correct?
I would say, I would lean towards no. I have no recollection of ever being at her house.
Are you friends with her on social media?
Yes.
May I approach her on that?
Yes.
I'm just going to leave all four of these up here. I know what they look like. Can you do me a favor and take a look at the first document? What does that document appear to be?
It says Caitlin's friends.
What does it look like? That's a printout of.
I'm sorry?
What does that look like? It's a printout of. Does that look like it's from Facebook or one of the social media apps?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. Some social media.
Okay. Under Caitlin's friends, do you see your handle, for lack of a better phrase?
I do.
Okay. Is that you?
Yes.
Okay. Can you look at the next photograph? Before we talk about that next photograph, which is, I should go in order for the record, Your Honor. The first one was H. Before we talk about I, which is the next photograph, how long have you been social media friends, quote, friends with Caitlin Albert?
I don't know.
More than 5 years?
Probably.
More than 8 years?
I don't know.
The second photograph, or the second document appears to be a photograph. It's I, is that right?
Yes.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in that photograph?
I do.
When was that photograph taken?
I have no idea.
Where was that photograph taken?
I don't know.
You have no idea how long ago that was?
I don't.
What was the event that was depicted, or that is depicted in that photograph?
I don't know.
Is that local or was that on a trip somewhere?
I don't know. Probably local. If it's a beach, I don't remember. I've never been away like to a beach on vacation with all of these people, so probably local.
When we say local, let's talk about local. I don't mean, we may have different definitions. Where would that be? What beach? I'm not as familiar with the location.
I'm not sure.
Maybe on the Cape?
Possibly.
Okay. Do you recognize some of the other folks in that photograph?
I do.
Matter of fact, there's a lot of people in that photograph, right?
There's a lot of people in it.
Did you take a trip with all those people at some point in the past?
Take a trip.
To the beach?
Did I go to the beach at some point with these people? Yes.
Okay. When did you go to the beach with all those folks?
I don't know. I don't know when this picture is from.
Have you
It
gone?
seems old to me, but
Well, you can see yourself. I mean,
yeah.
What was that? Did you say it seems old to you?
Yeah, to me.
Okay.
This isn't like a recent to me.
how old do you think that photograph is?
I don't know. It could be around high school. I'm not sure.
And I know Mr. Jackson didn't want to ask you how old you are. When did you get out of high school?
2014. I
Okay.
graduated.
So could that have been around 2014?
It could be.
So you've known Caitlin for at least that long.
Yeah.
And when I say travel, I mean travel outside of Canton. Gone places with her, correct?
Yes.
You've posed for photographs with her,
Yes.
with other folks.
Yes.
It's like socializing and partying, correct?
Looks like socializing.
Maybe a small vacation.
I've never been on vacation with a big group of people like this.
Well, that doesn't look like what would you call that if that's not like a mini vacation?
A day at the beach?
A day at the beach. Okay, so maybe a day vacation.
Sure.
Okay, let's look at the next photograph. Jay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I do need to remind myself. That photograph looks a little older, correct?
They both look old to me. I don't know when they're from.
I'm going to ask you the same questions about that. These aren't trick questions. I don't want to waste your time. What's that from?
I don't remember specifically what or where this is.
Do you see yourself in that photograph?
I do.
You see Caitlin in the photograph?
I do.
You're all posing for the camera, correct?
Yes.
What's the location?
I don't know.
No idea.
I don't.
This is yet another socializing event with Caitlin that you can't recall.
I don't know where this is exactly.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on your words. Go ahead.
I don't know where this is exactly.
So you've had so many socializing events with Caitlin and other folks that you can't pinpoint this one as opposed to any of the others that you've had?
No, I'm saying I can't. These photos are old. I don't know. I don't remember where these were or the circumstances around them. That's what I'm saying.
You see how you're dressed in that photo?
Yes.
You see how you see the other friends that are there with you?
Yeah.
How many people would you estimate are in that photo?
Do you want me to count how many people?
Give me it. I don't have the photo in front of me, so just give me it. Is it more than 5?
12.
12 people.
Ish.
Okay. Do you recognize those dozen people?
I do.
Did you go on a day trip with those dozen people?
Yeah, possibly.
When?
I don't know.
Where?
I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't remember.
How many times have you gone on day trips with those dozen people?
I don't know.
How about turning back to photograph I? How many times have you gone on day trips and socialized with those number of people? It looks like probably double that, 20 or 25 people.
I don't know.
That's a big group of friends of yours that includes Caitlin Albert, right?
A big group of mutual friends.
So it's not just that she's a mutual friend, she's a friend. Isn't that right?
As I said before, I I would consider myself more of an acquaintance. We have mutual friends. I wouldn't consider her a close friend, but yeah, I mean, that would be my answer.
You basically grew up with her, went to high school with her.
I didn't grow up with her. I went to high school with her.
When I say grow up with her, I mean you grew up in the same town as her, right?
Grew up in the same town.
Went to the same high school as she did.
Yes.
Socialized with the same friends as she did.
Yes.
Went on day trips with her.
Yes.
And have all the same friend group. Right?
I don't know that we have all the same friend group. These are people that we're both friends with.
But you don't consider her anything more than just an acquaintance.
I think I described it to you.
The answer to my question is you don't consider her to be anything more than an acquaintance.
I wouldn't consider her to be a close friend.
Now let's take a look at the last photograph. Describe what's in that photograph.
It's a picture of me. Caitlin is in it, and there's seems to be other people in it as well.
May I approach?
Yes.
Both of you can take it. Sorry, I just want to drop it on you. That's a close-up photograph of who?
Caitlin, and I'm also in it.
And you're doing what in the photograph as it relates to Caitlin?
It seems like I'm kind of kneeling down next to her.
Touching her?
Can I see that for just a minute, please? Thank you. I'm sorry, can you show me you? Okay, thank you.
So just for the record, may I approach one more time, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Take a look at that one more time. You're sort of just behind Caitlin in that photograph?
Yes.
Caitlin's the one drinking the beer?
Yes.
You got your right arm around her?
Yes.
You both appear to be wearing swimwear,
Yes.
bathing suits,
Yes.
and you're giving some sort of a sign with your left hand?
No, I'm not.
Is that somebody else's hand that I saw? Maybe that's Caitlin's.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't have the photograph in front of me. I don't have it committed to memory. Looks like that's a photograph that you and Caitlin posed for together, correct?
It seems like it's a close-up of a bigger, like a picture. It seems to be zoomed in on a group of people.
Which was posted on social media,
Okay.
is that right?
Reminder,
kidding
there's
me?
no jury here for this. No jury.
On social media.
I don't recall seeing this picture, but if it was on social media, then okay.
How long ago was that picture taken?
I don't know.
Who took the picture?
I don't know.
Where were you when the photograph was taken?
Probably at a beach if we're wearing bathing suits.
Probably at a beach or at a beach?
Well, I can't see a beach in the picture. We're in bathing suits. It could be at a beach.
Right. Do you recognize the bathing suit that you're wearing in the photograph?
No.
You literally don't even recognize your own outfit?
No.
So that doesn't help define where you were and when that photograph was taken?
No, sir.
Do any of these photographs remind you that you've been to Caitlin's house at some point in your friendship with her?
No.
Has Caitlin ever been to your house?
Not to my recollection.
When was the last time you talked to Caitlin?
I don't remember exactly. It's probably been a few years.
When was the last time you went to an event, socializing event with Caitlin?
Again, I don't remember exactly.
Did you talk to Caitlin at any point on or around January 29th? 2022?
No.
When was the last time you had talked to Caitlin before January 29th, 2022?
I don't know.
Would it have been a day before, a week before, a month before?
No, I don't talk to her. Like I said, we're not like close friends, so it's like pretty infrequent that we would interact. So I don't know when the last time before that.
What about texting or Snapchatting or communicating in that way?
I don't remember.
Would it have been a week before the 29th?
I don't think so.
You don't think so, or you know so?
I don't think so.
What about after the 29th, after you responded to 34 Fairview? You ever have any communication with her?
Not that I can recall.
So is that something that you think you might remember if you responded to a house of her father where there's a police officer dead or dying on the yard, on the lawn, 30 feet from the front door? You might have had a conversation with Caitlin?
I've never had a conversation with Caitlin about that call or this case.
Did you ever contact any of your other friends about the fact that you responded to Caitlin's parents' house?
No.
Were you ever asked about this relationship that you had with Caitlin Albert, this friendship that you had with Caitlin Albert at or near the time of the 29th of January?
No.
Did you ever disclose to anybody that you had a relationship with Caitlin Albert at or around the time of this event?
No.
When you went to 34 Fairview, you knew that that was the Albert family home, correct?
No.
When did you learn that it was the Albert? You now know that.
I know that now.
When did you find out?
I don't know. I don't recall. It was some point after. But I don't know when.
Would it have been the next day?
No.
You and Firefighter Flamati and Firefighter Nuttall were all discussing this case pretty intently after this event, correct?
No.
It's not that often in the little town of Canton that a police officer is found dead or dying on another police officer's lawn. Wouldn't you agree with that?
We responded to a medical call. So the conversation after the fact was at the hospital, debriefing the call, going over what happened, what we use for equipment, what we need, and just like that was the extent of the conversation.
Would you agree that this case, given its notoriety, is discussed at the fire station almost daily?
I don't know when I'm not there, but it does get brought up.
And obviously the fact that the house belongs to, or belonged at the time, to the Albert family is part of that discussion.
I don't know. Like I said, it gets brought up, but I just avoid it. I don't engage in the conversations.
It was certainly enough of a subject matter that you learned, according to you, after the 29th, that house belongs to Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, parents of your friend Caitlin Albert, right?
Well, at that point, it was on the news consistently, so I don't know where that information was introduced, but
it was pretty early on after the 29th.
I don't recall when it was known that that was the case.
I mean, you didn't learn that that was the Albert family home last week.
No.
You've known it for going on 2.5 years.
I don't know exactly when I learned that that was the house.
I realize you don't know exactly, Mr. McLaughlin. I'm not asking you the day you learned. I'm asking you, you've known this basically through the lifespan of this case.
At some point after I learned it.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out about how long after. A week after? A month after?
I'm not sure.
But it was more toward January 29th than it was yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Look at Karen Reed throwing daggers at Katie McLaughlin. Look at this. Look. That's how the COE looks at me when I do something wrong. Look at this. She blinked. Staring contest is over.
Couple quick questions. Do you know any of Caitlin's siblings?
No,
You don't know Brian Albert Jr.?
no,
Do you know of any of her extended family that might be a little closer in age to you, like Colin Albert?
no,
Have you ever met any of them?
not that I recall.
Not that you recall, or no?
I don't remember meeting any of them.
Your Honor, that's all I have right now.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
Sure. Just a few, Your Honor.
Redirect from the Commonwealth here.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you're not friends with Caitlin Albert, correct?
I'm sorry.
You're not friends with Caitlin Albert, is that correct?
I would say she's an acquaintance, not a close friend.
You were shown some photographs of you in a fairly large group with Caitlin Albert, correct?
Yes.
You don't know when those were, correct?
I don't know exactly.
You don't know where you were when those were taken, correct?
No, not exactly. They seem old.
And just to back up, you knew her in high school, but you weren't friends in high school, right?
I would categorize our relationship as always being just acquaintances. I knew her. We had some mutual friends, but we were never close friends. We don't have a one-on-one relationship.
And as far as high school versus post-high school, would you see her more so during high school, the high school years, or after you graduated?
Well, probably more in high school just because you're there every day. But then afterwards, yeah, only here and there. Like I said, like mutual friends. So maybe events for mutual friends, I might run into her.
And to be clear, and I think you made reference to it, but that last photograph that's marked as K, that seems to be a cropped or sort of zoomed in of a larger photo. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, as far as each of those photos you were shown, you're present in a photo with Caitlin Albert in a much larger group, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever hung out or socialized with Caitlin Albert outside of the setting of a large group?
No.
You've never been to her house before that date of January 29th that you know of, correct?
Correct.
She's never been to your house that you know of, correct?
Correct.
Now, as far as that first one, it's as far as social media is concerned, as far as a friends list, and without sort of doing it, I'm sort of putting that in air quotes. How many friends would you say you have on social media in total?
I don't know. Maybe over 500. I don't know.
And of those 500 people, how many of those 500 people would you consider actual friends?
Much less than that. Less than 10.
All right, why don't we wrap this up, Mr. Lally?
Sure. Just when it comes to that day that you responded, you're working with the fire department, you responded to a call on January 29th to a home, or as you say, to somewhere on the side of the road. Did you have any idea whose house that was adjacent to where the treatment was concerned with regard to your patient, Ms. Rose?
No.
I know.
Okay. All right. So there was an objection that this was in violation of Rule 14 to admit these exhibits, Mr. Lally. That's what you said, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I agree. So the exhibits don't come in, but based on this voir dire and the answers, I'm going to give you some leeway on exactly what you did. Okay. The relationship, the socialization and the extent of it, friends on social media, those areas. You didn't quite get everything that you mentioned at sidebar you thought you'd get. So that's not coming in.
So
If you,
Stay within the parameters.
so why don't you come over here then, just because?
Alan Jackson, she's not happy with him right now. It's Beverly Cannoni. That line of questioning about how close a friend Katie McLaughlin is with Caitlin Albert didn't go very well for him. He's obviously trying to prove or show that she's better friends with her than she's leading on. She would not give in. I went to school in Boston, and Bostonians are some of the toughest people you're ever going to meet. Very gritty people. And she's just not giving in. And said, look, I knew her in high school. I didn't know her well. There's a smile from Mr. Reed. I think it's William Reed, I believe is his first name. But they are watching the proceedings here. But Judge Beverly Cannoni just said to Alan Jackson, this testimony, again, it was not being discussed in front of the jury, and she says it's not coming into evidence. So he just lost that battle, and now she's having a conversation with him, sidebar, and we will see what happens. He can't be happy about that. Alan Jackson's got to be upset about that. He tried, he lost. And again, I think the most important thing here that we cannot overstate or underestimate is that there's now multiple witnesses saying that woman you're looking at right there, Karen Reed, explicitly said multiple times that multiple people heard, I hit him. This is a serious question, and I am very sincere when I ask this. For all the people who do believe this is a conspiracy, I would like to just understand how that is justified. That multiple, and these are EMTs, these are firefighters. I suppose the answer will be that they all knew. They all, knew each other and were in on it and are therefore sticking up for each other. But I'd like to know why someone who seems credible, like Katie McLaughlin, is in fact sticking to her gun, saying, I heard her say, I hit him. Curious to see the response for those who believe it is a conspiracy. My personal opinion, it's somewhat damning testimony. But again, as Jeff Wood pointed out, this is going on for another probably 7 weeks. So we're still at the very beginning of all this. Man, that look that Karen Reed gives, it's a look that every man knows. I can tell you that. Every man knows this look from one woman or another in their life. And whenever you get that look, it's never fun. It's never fun. But you're still in better shape than Charlie Adelson. Now, this is an interesting question. This is something that the defense should use. Interesting comment, I should say. Did Karen Reed mean she hit him when she tried to wake him up, like slapping him to try to wake him up? Very interesting. Now, if Alan Jackson was able to prove that, I would say, interesting. I never thought of that, but that has not come up yet. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole, she's got a good legal mind. The jury is still out right now. The jury is out as they are discussing this at sidebar right now with Alan Jackson.
If you all think they're right outside the door, you're mistaken.
Please be seated. Stuart, do you have any envelopes over there?
I do. Any more?
Excuse me?
Do you need any more?
Do you have a little bit to go up? If not, that's fine.
I'll work on it.
You know what, no, this is good, we're good.
All right.
Just use the chair for stable. Awesome, thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, did you say you had a water? Is there a water waiting for you out there that you need, or?
I'm okay.
Okay, thank you.
Rise to the jury.
Jury's coming in now. That is defense attorney David Yannetti right behind Karen Reed, and right behind
Session, please be seated.
David Yannetti is John O'Keefe's father and brother.
So jurors, from time to time, there are things that I need to discuss with the lawyers, as you saw. We try and do it as quickly as we can. It's in an effort to make sure that what you see and hear in this case is appropriate for you to see and hear. So sometimes we spend a little time now that will save us a lot of time later. So we do appreciate your patience.
Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. Ms. McLaughlin, thank you for your patience. When we last left off, I was asking you about your relationship with Caitlin Albert. You recall that?
Yes.
I want to ask you a few more questions about that. You and Caitlin Albert have known each other for how long?
Since high school.
Which is, give a span of time.
So Probably about 10 years.
You have traveled with Caitlin Albert and friends. When I say traveled, I don't mean to exotic locations. I mean day trips, etc.
Yes.
You have a group of mutual friends together, correct?
We have mutual friends. Correct.
Those mutual friends have gone on day trips with you and Caitlin Albert involved
Correct.
on more than one occasion, as a matter of fact.
Correct.
On many occasions, as a matter of fact.
I don't know.
More than 5?
I don't know.
More than 10?
I don't know.
You've seen photographs of you with Caitlin Albert on some of these day trips, correct?
Yes.
You've seen at least 3 of those photographs.
Yes.
You're friends with Caitlin Albert on social media.
Yes.
Other than the 3 photographs that you've seen, you just talked about, there have been other events that you've been at with Caitlin Albert that weren't necessarily photographed, or we don't have those photographs, correct?
Probably.
You know that Caitlin Albert is the same Caitlin Albert that's the daughter of Brian and Nicole Albert, as you sit here.
Yes. As I sit here today, yes.
And you know that Caitlin Albert also has siblings, Brian Albert Jr., correct?
As I sit here today, yes, I know that.
And you also know, as you sit here today, that 34 Fairview was, at the time of January 29th, 2022, the Albert home, correct?
I know that as of today.
You indicated, let me rephrase that. When you showed up at 34 Fairview that morning, did you recognize that address or recognize the home as being that of Caitlin Albert's?
No.
You have since learned that that was Caitlin Albert's home.
As I know that now.
Right. And you gave your original statement to Trooper Proctor the next day.
Yes.
And from that day to this day, or let's take yesterday, from that day to yesterday, you learned that 34 Fairview was the Canton Albert family home, correct?
You're asking if I know from...
Between those 2 dates.
Yes.
Between the time you spoke with
Yes.
Proctor in this report till yesterday when you testified, you now know that that's the Albert home.
Yes.
And you also indicated that between that report that you gave to Trooper Proctor, that statement that you gave to Trooper Proctor, and yesterday's testimony, your statement has evolved. You've already admitted that, correct?
I don't think I agreed with you on that.
It's changed. It's different.
I've always testified to I feel as though my testimony has been consistent.
I appreciate how you might feel. I'm just interested in the actual facts. You didn't tell Trooper Proctor anything about this officer questioning my client. Correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar because I think this morphed into a different.
Dr. G would have some things to say about the body language right there. She had her hands folded around her chest. That was Karen Reed, kind of in a protective position. And by the way, Dr. G is probably going to come on next week to discuss this. And those who are pro Karen Reed might not love it. He has done videos on his own channel suspecting her of guilt just based on body behavior and body language. And Dr. G is one of the best when it comes to that. But right now it appears, and they're coming back again, that Alan Jackson got himself in a little bit of
You agree, Mr. McLaughlin, that the statement that you gave to Trooper
Hot
Proctor,
water again, which he's trying to wiggle his way out of as he continues his testimony of firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
Yes.
a couple of other questions. When you did make this statement to Trooper Proctor, your visit to Canton PD was coordinated by another officer to put you and Trooper Proctor together for the interview, correct?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall being contacted by a completely different officer to say, hey, Trooper Proctor wants to talk to you, come on into Canton PD, let's have an interview?
I don't remember exactly how the interview was set up.
So that was my next question. You may have just told me this. Do you have any recollection who set that interview up?
I don't.
Does the name Kevin Albert sound familiar?
No,
You know Kevin Albert?
no,
You know him to be a police officer at Canton PD?
no,
You know him to be the brother of Brian Albert?
no.
The objection sustained.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally, any redirect?
Yes. So firefighter McLaughlin, you went to high school with Caitlin Alford, correct?
Yes.
And could you describe the nature of your relationship, if any, with Caitlin?
I would describe it as we're not close friends. I would say we're more acquaintances. We have mutual friends. I don't have a one-on-one relationship with her.
And you were asked some questions about social media, correct?
Yes.
And if you could, or if you could guesstimate about how many friends, and I'm sort of throwing air quotes in there, how many friends on social media would you have?
I don't know, probably 500.
And of those probably 500 friends on social media, how many of those are actual friends that you talk to, interact with beyond social media?
Much less than that.
Now, prior to, let me ask you this, as far as, would you say that you saw Caitlin Albert more so when you were in high school, or more so since you have graduated from high school?
I would say probably more in high school because we were there every day. So
And about what year or so was it that you graduated from high school?
2014.
And as far as any sort of photographs that were referenced to you, have you seen those photographs?
Here
Yes.
today, I saw them.
Do you have any idea where or when those photographs were taken?
I don't remember.
And of those photographs, it's not just you and Caitlin Albert in a photograph. Is that correct?
Correct.
So larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
When you were asked about sort of these day trips, they were sort of trips specifically on a day to a beach, it looks like, correct?
Correct.
And to a beach with a larger group of people, is that correct?
Correct.
And with reference to Caitlin Albert specifically, have you ever socialized with her in any setting beyond a setting that contains a large group of people?
No.
Now, with respect to, you went to, you say high school, you graduated from Canton High School, correct?
Correct.
And you grew up in Canton, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you know Caitlin Albert before you attended Canton High School?
No, that's probably when we first really interacted with high school.
And essentially, you live within the town I'm sorry, you work within the town that you grew up in, correct?
Correct.
And is that abnormal from a civil service perspective?
No, from a civil service perspective, you're given more points for residency. So it's actually, I would say, preferred or you're placed higher on the list if you have residency in that town.
It's actually preferred and more common than uncommon as far as growing up in a town and then working in that same town in a civil service position like fire.
Yes.
Now, during the course of the time that you've been on the Canton Fire Department, have you received calls to residencies or other places or even patients that you either knew or were familiar with?
Yes.
Would that be a reason for you to not go on a call?
No.
And you have an obligation, wouldn't you say, to respond to a call when a call is made and you're on duty in that station, correct?
Yes.
The objection sustained. Ask the question differently.
As far as when you're on duty as a firefighter at a particular station house, and you get a call, what, if any, choice do you have to respond to any particular call?
I don't have a choice. I just have to respond to the call.
And then prior to that date of January 29th, had you ever been over through socialization or otherwise Caitlin Albert's house?
Not that I ever remember.
Had she ever been over your house?
No.
And again, had you ever socialized with her outside of a large group of people?
No.
When you responded on that morning, just after 6 a.m., the house of 34 Fairview Road, did you know who lived there?
No.
During the time since January 29th of 2022, have you ever spoken to Caitlin Albert about what happened that morning in front of 34 Fairview Road?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions on cross-examination about knowing sort of Caitlin Albert's parents' names or siblings' names or things of that, correct?
Right.
And prior to January 29th, you didn't know any of those names, is that correct?
No.
You learned of them subsequently, is that correct?
Yes.
May we approach just briefly?
Okay.
So, Ms. McLaughlin, you learned of those other people's names within the Albert family subsequent to your response to this call on January 29th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you learned of those through sort of various news or media reports in relation to this case, not something that you had any conversations with anybody about, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right.
Your Honor, if I may, I have.
Okay. Okay.
You indicated, Ms. McLaughlin, that Mr. Lally just asked you about these 500 friends on social media. A couple of quick questions about that. Of those 500 friends on social media, how many of those have you taken day trips with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you gone to the beach with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you posed for photographs in swimwear with?
I don't know.
How many of those have you been photographed with your arm around while that other friend is drinking a beer?
Sustained. Sustained.
Ms. McLaughlin, all of those things that I just mentioned, you have done with this Caitlin Albert.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That's all I have.
Okay. All right, Firefighter McLaughlin, you are all set. All right, jurors, we are getting ready to go for our view. So we're about to visit a place which you'll be hearing about some more. You've heard about, you've seen photographs of. And in court terminology, we call this a view. The purpose of the view is to help you better to understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view that you will take is a part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. The place that we're going to go, you've seen photos of, you've heard, it's 34 Fairview Road. The lawyers and I will accompany you on the bus. The attorneys may point out to you the arrangement of the scene and items that they want you to pay special note of, but otherwise they cannot discuss anything in this case in regard to this case, and they can't talk to you. All right, they'll be able to do an opening here, and they'll be able to point these things out. While you're on the view, it's very important that you can't take notes, and you certainly can't use your phones and take photographs. All right. It's really just for you to see. You cannot conduct any independent investigation while we're there or at any time during the trial, as you've been told. You're not to return to the scene or ask anyone else to do it for you until the case is over. So this is your opportunity to take a look when we go. What you are to do on the view may be best summarized in two very familiar words, which is stop and look. Okay. Your responsibility is to see the place, to observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. So during your trip to and from the place that we're going to view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it among yourselves or with anyone, and you are not to permit anyone to talk with you about the case. You'll be under the supervision of our great court officers at all times, and you'll remain together until you return to court unless the court officers direct you otherwise. And just so that you know, because some of this came up during our jury selection process, spectators, if there are any, and all members of the press have been ordered to stay 100 yards away from you. All right, so you can go and you can look and take your time looking without worrying about any interference from anyone. All right, so with that, Mr. Clerk, could you swear in, please, the court officer?
Court officers, raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear you will take this jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same and any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issues on the trial, as they shall seem necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter in a debate in front of the jury or a person to speak to them, unless it be Adam Lally for the Commonwealth and Alan Jackson for the defendant, they to point out such places or things as they deem expedient for the determination of the issue, and that you will keep the jury together until they shall return into court, except the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Lally, do you want to do a short view opening?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
So ladies and gentlemen, as Her Honor just described, we're about to go to a place. When we arrive there, and at any point in time when we're there, this is not a point where we can have any sort of conversation or back and forth. So All I'm going to be asking you to do is just take note of certain locations and certain items as you see them. And again, as with anything in this case, this is as you find them, as you observe them, okay? So first I'm going to ask you to sort of, when we arrive in a general area, as far as taking note of sort of street names when you're coming into and when you're exiting from this particular area. When we arrive at a specific location, I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things about the roadway. Okay? Certainly any abutments to the roadway, any residences that you observe, the distances between the roadway, and any landmarks or any items that you observe on that property, specifically a driveway, specifically a front door, any other sort of items of interest within the front lawn area of that home. I'm also going to ask you to take note of the roadway itself and sort of the width of that roadway, whether or not you find any sort of lanes separating within that roadway, and then the individual width of some of those lanes as well. Lastly, there is also going to be a vehicle there as well. And I'm going to ask you to take note of certain things with respect to that vehicle, okay? With respect to the size of the vehicle, with respect to the height of the vehicle, with respect to anything that you observe specifically from the front, the side, the back, all of the exterior of that vehicle, and then also some of the interior of that vehicle. And specifically, I'm going to ask you to take note of sort of the center console in the front driver's compartment of that vehicle, and anything that you observe in that location as well. And that is all I'm asking you to do on this case, and I thank you again for your time and attention.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first time we've been able to speak to you directly, so I want to take the opportunity to introduce myself and thank you for your service and thank you for your time and commitment to this. I'm going to echo a lot of what Mr. Lally just said. There's nothing magical about this other than it gives you perspective. It's an opportunity to introduce you in three-dimensional form to stuff that you've been seeing in two-dimensional form. Photographs, some of the testimony, diagrams that you might see.
So I'm sorry, we're really pointed on what you can say.
What we're going to ask you to do is take special note of the relationships of physical items out at the scene. Much as Mr. Lally just indicated, there are going to be physical things out at the scene. You've heard about a flagpole, a fire hydrant, a house. We're going to ask you to take special note of where those are in relation to other things physically at the scene. That will hopefully, with the court's instruction, give you some assistance in putting together the testimony that you think is relevant and the documents that you think are relevant. Again, to echo what Mr. Lally said, we're going to ask you to look at the roadway, the vehicle, the house, the physical items at the home, and the relationship between and among all of those things to each other. Hopefully, that will give you a very good understanding of what we're dealing with, especially with the exhibits. Thank you.
All right, so folks, we'll be all set. We'll see you at the bus in a little bit.
Just make sure your notebooks are closed.
You are muted. Goodbye.
And with that, it is the first field trip of the Karen Reed trial. Not sure how long they're going to be gone. My guess is that they're going to go look at this house where John O'Keefe was allegedly struck by a car. Others say he was beat up and killed. It depends which side of the story you're buying here. But either way, they're going to look at this home. It is going to be an in-person visit. It is right now 11. My guess, lunch is usually at 1. So my guess, because court always moves slowly, is that they're probably not going to be back until after lunch. I could be wrong. So obviously we're going to keep the fan up so you have an idea of what's happening as they pan back down. Let's just listen here to see if anything else is said.
You can make your record.
There we go.
I did it over here. I wanted to interpose an objection to.
So I think it would be better if you did it over here.
It's illegal. It's just illegal.
I don't know what you're doing. Come over here and tell me what you're going to do, and then I'll.
Sure.
This judge has got a job trying to wrangle in Alan Jackson, the defense attorney. He's obviously aggressive. If I didn't know he was from LA, I would think he's from New York City. Aggressive. The good thing here is Bostonians and aggressive people in general. So they are used to toughness. Here we go. Let's see what he's saying.
Yes.
Okay, as it relates to the 4 exhibits that the court deemed were not admissible because of a violation of Rule 14, I wanted to elaborate just very briefly.
Just go ahead.
Our objection. We believe that under Rule 14, we were not obligated to have to present these exhibits to the Commonwealth in discovery. Rule 14 does not require such disclosure when the exhibits are used for impeachment only. And that's exactly what those 4 exhibits were going to be used for and what we intended to use them for. Had this witness said, I know Caitlin Albert, we've been friends for 10 years, we went to high school together, we've been on day trips together, we've been to the beach together, and we've socialized together, I wouldn't have to show any photographs, but that's not what she said. What she said was, I went to high school with a person named Caitlin Albert, which is a bastardization of the truth. That's not the truth. And those 4 photographs are what got her in the voir dire process, what got her to admit that she in fact does know Caitlin Albert, and those are on a very, very different level than she first suggested. As the SJC is explained in the case of Commonwealth versus Aguiar, Aguiar, at 400 Mass 508, pin site at 513. It's a 1987 case that says the following, and then I'll finish my record. Quote, a defendant has a constitutional right to bring to a jury's attention any circumstance which may materially affect the testimony of an adverse witness, which might lead the jury to find that the witness is under an influence to prevaricate. It matters not that the evidence would reveal an otherwise inadmissible fact, such as the witness's commission of a crime. A judge may not restrict cross-examination of a material witness by foreclosing inquiry into a subject that could show bias or prejudice on the part of the witness, end quote. That's exactly what we believe we were entitled to do with Katie McLaughlin as a witness for the Commonwealth. She has bias, or at least the jurors can consider a bias. She has prejudice, the jurors can consider a prejudice because of a pre-existing relationship with Caitlin Albert, about which she was not truthful. So I wanted to make that record and ask the court to reconsider whether or not those 4 exhibits could be introduced. I don't need to make any big deal about it. I don't want to call her back to the stand, but I think the jurors, now having had the description of those photographs, should be able to see them in evidence. And I would submit.
All right. So that request is denied. The record's clear. So Ms. Reed is not going on this view. She just needs to make sure she's back here by the time we return. So Mr. Yannetti, you're nodding.
Yes,
you will contact her and make sure she's back here.
Understood.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, so that little bit of wrangling by defense attorney Alan Jackson stating case law was not in front of the jurors. The jurors are on their way on a bus, and someone was telling me it's a 15 to 20-minute drive. They're going for their first field trip to the house, the Alberts home, where all this happened on that fateful night of June 29th, 2022. Jimmy McNutty, who I love having in this chat, love the name. It's actually a very Bostonian name. 12 minutes behind on the stream. Defense should be scolded by Colonel Nathan Jessup and a few good men with counsel. Please tell me you aren't relying on Facebook to defend your client. It's funny because Jeff Wood invoked a few good men earlier. Katie Kool-Lady here, who is a great woman. Joel, do you know why the prosecutor said to pay special attention to the center console? I have no idea. If anyone in STS Nation has an idea, please let me know. But he's strong-headed, no doubt. Alan Jackson is. Jeff Wood, I know that, and I'm keeping the comments down because I understand there's closed captioning, but I guess without the trial, it doesn't matter that much. Jeff Wood, so this was interesting. And trials...
minutes to ask real quick because I got to run again for an interview I have to do. So,
yeah, go for it. Just tell us what you think before you have to run.
Again, I think, again, today I think we really misjudge friends with how many friends you have, social media and everything else. I understand what the defense attorney is trying to do. I get it, but he kind of really just attacking the firefighter, I think, is bad because she stood her ground. She kept saying, "This is what I heard." That's what she heard. To say that you have everyone into this just doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think he lost a lot of points with her, but we've got a long trial yet to go. I just think he beat her up. I'll be back. I got to run.
Yeah, no worries, Jeff. Thank you. Jeff's former FBI. He'll be back, as I will. I'm going to stick around for a couple minutes here. How old is Karen Reed? I believe she's 43 years old. The firefighter who was just on the stand, substantially younger, just having graduated high school 10 years ago. So they are going on this field trip, obviously, to get a lay of the land. I mean, these are so interesting. We saw in the Brian Koberger case, and that trial still not set to take place at the earliest till 2025. But in that instance, where those murders took place, they literally just razed the home. They completely flattened it, demolished it, and there are a lot of people on the prosecution side who are very upset about that. In particular, the victims' families. They wanted that structure up so jurors could see it. In this case, there is a home where this happened, where John O'Keefe wound up dead, either by being hit by a car or, as the defense would want you to believe, by getting beat up. In any instance, they're going there. The judge didn't really give a clear sense of what would happen schedule-wise for the afternoon. So my assumption is that they're going to eventually, from there, go to lunch and then be back in court after lunch, probably sometime around 2:00. I'm going to be doing work here and bouncing around a little bit, touching base with the COE. Someone here saying, Courtney asking, does anyone know if Karen Reed parked in the driveway that night, or did she park on the street? I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure. I think she was backing up into the driveway, was my understanding. John O'Keefe was a handsome young man. Yes, he was a good-looking guy, as is his brother. But that family has seen a crazy amount of tragedy with John O'Keefe's and Paul O'Keefe's sister dying of a brain tumor, malignant brain tumor, back in 2013. And then her husband dying of a massive heart attack 2 months after that, leaving their kids in John O'Keefe's care, who adopted them. And then John O'Keefe wound up dead. So the O'Keefes have one child left. And that's just a heartbreaking story, no matter what you think of this. One quick note, Jennifer Roman, who is a legal analyst and a very smart mind with WBZ, she was on my show a couple nights ago. She claimed that Karen Reed's brother, which there have been reports, bought a car for Turtle Boy, the controversial blogger who's been all over this case. Turtle Boy just sent me the contract that he paid for it. I tweeted that out. In fairness, as I said, I like to be fair all around, and want to show everybody what Turtle Boy claims to be the contract that he paid for this car in question, not Karen Reed's brother. But I'm going to reach out to Jennifer Roman also to give her a chance to respond, because she is telling us she had it on good word that it was the other way around. There appears to be a legal contract. Again, I tweeted that out. So Lindsay Shea, didn't know this, coming to us from Brookline, not far from where I went to college in Waltham, Mass, not far from where all this is happening. We are in the middle of the Karen Reed trial. We are streaming this. They are on a field trip at the site where John O'Keefe wound up dead. That is police officer John O'Keefe, Boston PD. And we are waiting now for them to return. You figured 20 minutes there, probably 20 minutes to a half hour. So that takes us to noon. 20 minutes back. That's 12:30. There's a possibility they would have another half hour of testimony before lunch. Doubtful, I would say, but we'll keep an eye on it. I'll be nearby. You'll be nearby. And we'll be back as soon as court is back in session. Until then, have a great Friday afternoon. We'll see you soon. What's up, STS Nation? How is everybody? We've been doing some hard work at STS over the last day and a half, getting some information together regarding all this, and we are going to show it to you in a moment. The COE has been working tirelessly to bring this to you, and here it is. Everyone, take a quick look. Not a quick look, but a look.
Happy birthday!
Hey Space Coast from the West Coast, wishing you a very happy birthday. To my pin wigman and much more, our STS audio expert, videographer, IT guru, the best gamer of course, and musician.
Hey Space Coast, this is Super Planner Girl and Luna and Watson. Yes, there are treats involved in making this video, but we just wanted to wish you a very happy birthday. We hope that you have a great day celebrating, and thank you so much for everything you do for STS.
Happy birthday!
Space Coast! Happy birthday. It's Abigail, or Abby Crossing, here in Nashville, Tennessee, wishing you the happiest birthday. Thanks for all you do to help our great community at STS Nation run oh so smoothly. It's always the behind the scenes folks who tend to get the least amount of credit, but oftentimes deserve the most, right? Have the best day. Cheers.
Hey Space Coast, it's me, Beach Bum. Happy birthday.
Hi, Spacey. Happy birthday. From me and all of the squirrels who are around here somewhere, we hope you have just the best day. And even though time is a human construct, which doesn't apply to you as a space alien, I hope this year brings you all of the chances to laugh, the chances to learn, and the chances to love. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Space Coast. I hope you have an amazing day. I hope all your dreams come true. And we appreciate everything you do at STS.
Aloha, Spacey. Just wanted to let you know how much we love and appreciate you. Thanks for all the hard work. Happy birthday.
Hey, Space Coast. Have a happy birthday and many more.
Happy birthday to you, our favorite STS Tech Boo. We appreciate your many talents, and most of all, we love you. Taylor Burton here, sporting my deadhead hair in honor of you, Spacey. Thanks for keeping it fun and smooth.
Hi, Spacey. Happy birthday. I just wanted you to know how appreciated you are, and I hope you have a great day. From Nancy.
Hi, Spacey. I hope you have an amazing birthday, and I really appreciate everything that you do for the STS subscribers.
Happy birthday, Space Coast, and congratulations to another successful orbit around the sun.
Labra Hunagwit, Space Coast. Happy birthday to you, Space Coast. Hope you have a great day, Pet Lamb, from your friend, Black Widow.
Happy birthday, Jeff, from Tennis Girl 101. Thank you for everything you do, keeping STS going. Hope you have a good one.
Happy birthday, Space Coast. It's Karen and Seahorse Lover. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for all you do for us. Cheers.
Happy birthday, Space Coast. This is Rosie Woods, Maggie, and Bailey. And we're here to say thanks so much for making us laugh and helping us to hear and trying to help Joel when the audio goes out. And we also love it when you do some emojis on the screen during the dull times. We hope you have a fantastic birthday.
Happy birthday, Space Coast. Hope you have a wonderful day tomorrow. Cannot wait to celebrate you. Love you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. We love you.
Hey, Space Coast. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. You 102. You look like a monkey. You belong in the zoo. Happy birthday to you. You awesome. You all twins. You are amazing. Just slay all day.
Slay all day. This is why I always say best guests, better community, paying their respects here to Space Coast on the West Coast. Hey, Abby Crossing, you got to email me, survivingthesurvivor@gmail. I might have an STS singles match here with Space Coast. I feel like I'm gonna take hell for saying this. By the way, did Black Widow, was she speaking English there? I have no idea. What did you say at the beginning of that, Black Widow? You scare me. Abby Crossing, I see you in the chat. I don't know what your sitch is, but we might have a STS singles connection here. STS singles. You thought it was a joke, but it is reality. Look at this. Stop Joel. Gen X Granny. So flipping cute. I want to play that again at 5 o'clock, but we played it now because we're hoping that Space Coast gets some time off. Someone is saying, is Abby our friend Ski Hot Sarah? I don't think so. I think they're who knows? I have no idea anymore. Who's who, what's what could be what is what isn't what. Hey, look at this, Abby Crossing. I've been asking for STS singles. I love this. Look at Ada Shaw. I'm not the only one. Ida Shaw here. Love this too. I don't know what else to say. Let me get the COE here. COE, that was very well done. How did you like how that went off there?
Happy birthday, Space Coast.
Happy birthday, Space Coast.
Happy birthday.
I don't want to push Abby Crossing again, but I feel that there's an STS singles connection there. Should I push it again? We're going to play this again at 5 o'clock. So, by the way, the end there, that was Space Coast Mom, my mother-in-law, Sandy. Shout out to Sandy. I'll point it out. Space Coast, always the silent assassin on the West Coast. STS Nation, thank you. Best community. It certainly is the best community. Quick reminder that the jury is out on a field trip of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, Massachusetts. They'll be back. They're likely to go straight to lunch. We are going to put up the ceiling fan so people can watch, or just something up here. Once they are back, I'll put this up here. Once they are back, Space Coast will get us to the courtroom immediately. Yours truly's got to run one quick errand. Jeff Woods in the background taking some calls. We're all here on a Friday celebrating Space Coast's birthday. Happy birthday to our beloved Space Coast. And thank you all for putting that time in to make that, as I try not to throw up on anyone. Anyway, COE, good job with that. And Black Widow, what the hell did you say at the beginning of that? Scary. All right. Love you guys. Be back in a little bit.
your last name?
Greg Woodbury, Woodbury.
And what do you do for work, sir?
Lieutenant paramedic on the Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
About 24 years now.
How long have you had the rank of lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department?
That's been 8 years now.
Now, prior to working with Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within that same sort of field?
Prior to being on Canton Fire, I was an EMT paramedic in the North Shore area.
And if you could just, with regard to your working as a paramedic and a firefighter, specifically as far as being a paramedic, what, if any, sort of specialized training did you receive in regard to, or certifications did you receive in regard to being a paramedic?
So after I got my EMT, when I went to paramedic school, I went to Northeastern University. It was a 1-year full-time program.
And following, you successfully completed that program, is that correct?
Yes.
And is there any sort of continuing educational component or a recertification component in regard to your paramedic certification?
Yeah, every 2 years, paramedics have to recertify. We're required to get so many hours of continuing education to recertify every 2 years.
If I could turn your attention to the date of January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Were you working with the Canton Fire Department on that day?
Yes.
And what kind of shift were you working on that occasion, if you recall?
It was a 24-hour shift.
And 24-hour shift within the Canton Fire Department is what to what?
It's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. the next day.
Now, turning your attention to the 29th, at what point do you sort of get up and start to begin your day at the fire station?
So a normal day, sorry, was that my beginning of the shift you're talking about, or the end of the shift? Okay, so the second part of the shift. Normally we get up at 6 for the officers, but I got up a little earlier then because we had the snowstorm coming in. So I had to make sure everything was shoveled. I think I got up about maybe 5, check the apron of the area in front of the station, and make sure the walkways were clear.
And when you got up to check that, what, if anything, did you?
It had been snowing. There was blizzard type conditions coming in. So it was a decent level of snowfall there. Let's see, maybe 2-3 inches on the ground at that time.
And as far as with reference to that, what, if anything, did you do to?
I think we can move quickly through this part of it. Yeah. The cleaning the apron. Okay.
As far as that particular date or that shift, how are you assigned within the firehouse?
I was lieutenant on engine 4.
And with respect to that, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., did you receive a dispatch to a call?
Yes. Yeah, we're dispatched to a call for a person in the snow.
And did you respond to that call, sir?
Yes, I did.
And you were assigned to the engine, is that correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone else, was assigned to the engine that day with you on that shift?
So we had Cade McLaughlin and Frank Walsh were my 2 engine crew.
And in addition to yourself and your engine, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses?
Ambulance 1 also responded with us. So that was Tony Flamati, Matt Kelly, and Tim Nuttall had also hopped on the ambulance. He was coming in for the shift in the morning, came in early to beat the storm.
And do you recall where the call was in regard to what the address was?
I don't remember the address offhand, but it was not that far away in the district.
And when you arrived in the engine, when you first arrived on scene, as you were arriving on scene, what, if anything, did you sort of see as upon your arrival?
So the police were already there. We were approaching the scene. I could see several people off to the side in the yard doing something. So we went to investigate that.
When you say off to the side, was that to your left, to your right, or something?
So the way I was approaching the street, it was on the left-hand side.
And when you indicate you see some group of people, is that correct?
Yeah, there was a few people around. I don't remember exactly how many or what they were doing.
And when you start to make your way over there, what, if any, When you arrive on scene,
Yep.
what is sort of the first thing?
So we went to evaluate the patient. I believe someone had started CPR prior to us getting there, so we went to continue that.
When you say someone had started CPR prior to you,
I don't remember the particular individual that was doing it as we arrived.
my only question, sir, so it's someone outside of your department, correct?
Yeah.
And do you know if it was one of the police officers or someone else?
I don't remember.
Now, obviously, you're dispatched in response to an unresponsive male, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you're arriving on scene, you say you see sort of a cluster of people. Were you able to see that unresponsive male at that point?
Not in the vehicle, not until I exited the vehicle.
And at some point, much later or subsequently, did you come to learn the identity of the unresponsive male or the patient that you were involved in?
Afterwards, they told me yes. At the time, I did not know.
And what did you learn his name to be subsequently?
I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous and blanking right now.
Was it Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, correct.
And when you first came over to where Mr. O'Keefe was on the ground, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
What kind of position was his body in when you first observed?
He was lying supine on the ground, like on his back. He was parallel to the street, about 8 feet away from the snowbank.
And in reference to that, as far as the snow was concerned, what if any snow did you observe on or around where he was?
He was covered with snow, and there was snow around the area.
And so from a treatment of Mr. O'Keefe as a patient, what is sort of the first thing that you did or
we started CPR, or CCR, sorry. Immediately, someone went to go get a board to get him onto that so we can get him onto the stretcher and move him to the ambulance. And then someone else was trying to get the backstory, trying to figure out the scenario that we're dealing with.
If I could just stop you for a moment. So
Yep.
You mentioned CCR, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the difference between CCR versus CPR?
CPR is cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So that is when you're helping someone breathe. CCR is when we first get to a scene. They changed the protocols a little while ago, so we don't have to give respirations right away. We can just do compressions. It's a little more effective to get the blood flowing quickly.
Thank you. As far as your involvement in patient care, sort of what was that during that initial phase where Mr. O'Keefe was supine on the ground? What was your involvement in patient care at that point?
I was assisting with the CPR, making sure everyone else was doing their task. As a lieutenant, I kind of got to manage the other people and make sure everyone's on target for what they're supposed to be doing.
And during that initial time that you're outside in the area where Mr. O'Keefe is on the ground, what, if any, observations did you make as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that time?
Outside on the ground, he was covered in snow. So we're really not doing any sort of secondary survey initially. The primary concern is the primary survey, which is airway, breathing, circulation. He was not breathing. He had no pulse. So our primary concern is to get that going.
And at some point, are you able to get him from the ground to the back of the ambulance?
Yeah, we moved him onto a longboard, then moved him from the longboard onto the stretcher, and brought the stretcher over the ambulance and loaded him in there.
You mentioned at some points upon your sort of initial arrival at the patient that different people were tasked with different things. Correct?
Yes.
And someone was tasked with trying to get sort of what you termed a backstory. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that important?
So when you have someone unconscious, unresponsive, you want to know when they were last well, the last breathing, last seen, trying to figure out why someone is on the ground. There are different reasons of why they could be there, trying to figure that out. Normally people don't lay down in the snow. So trying to evaluate the reason the person was unconscious.
And so you're able to get him on, Mr. O'Keefe, onto a stretcher into the back of the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And fair to say that the lighting in the back of the ambulance is better than it was outside?
Correct.
And when you're in the back of the ambulance, are you able to then do or participate in that secondary survey?
Yeah, we started doing a secondary survey after we started getting good compressions going. Someone was working on the intubation, and then one of the procedures is to strip off the clothes and evaluate the person.
And if you recall, how were the clothes removed?
I don't recall exactly which method they used. Typically, we cut them off, but I'm not sure if they did that or they just pulled them off.
And what, if anything, do you recall as to Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and sort of what he was wearing when he was found?
I really wasn't paying attention to it. The primary concern is trying to revive him.
So to that secondary survey, as far as once you're back in the ambulance, what, if anything, did you observe as far as injuries on Mr. O'Keefe that?
He had a hematoma or a bruising. The right eye was very prominent. There was some scratches on the right forearm. Was most of the external injuries we noted.
And now, in addition, so as far as people on scene, there were a number of different firefighters from your department. And you mentioned that the police were on scene when you arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So beyond the police and fire, what, if any, other individuals did you observe at some point when you were on scene?
There was some other civilians there. I really wasn't paying attention to them.
Now, with reference to that backstory that you were talking about, at any point in time, either outside of the ambulance or inside of the ambulance, who, if anyone, was tasked by you or anyone else to try and obtain that backstory?
I think Katie McLaughlin was the one that obtained the backstory.
And if you know, was there any other conversation that you were present for between any of your other firefighters and any of those civilians?
That was primarily when she relayed to us the information that she had obtained. We were trying to figure out the scenario of why he was found unconscious, unresponsive.
Let me ask you this way. So as far as arrival at the patient when he's on the ground,
Yep.
Who gets there first? You and the other individuals in the engine, or the firefighters in the ambulance?
We both respond from the same station at the same time. The engine's in the front, the ambulance usually in the rear. So I believe we pulled over, the ambulance pulled over at the same time as us. I believe C5 went as well, which is the captain. He was also responding with us.
Now, as far as the person that Firefighter McLaughlin spoke to, what, if anything, did you know about that person at that time?
At that time, I knew nothing. I knew there was someone that had been with him. She relayed the information of what she had heard to us.
And the information that Firefighter McLaughlin, without reference to what it was, but the information that Firefighter McLaughlin was able to obtain, did she communicate that to you and the other firefighters in the ambulance?
Yes. Yeah, she came in the ambulance, told us what she had heard.
As far as the information that Firefighter McLaughlin provided, did that comport with what you were observing as far as injuries to Mr. O'Keefe? Objection.
Sustained. You can lay a foundation if.
Now, as far as, again, the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance were what?
It was the bruising of the right eye and the scratches on the forearm.
And what, if anything, did Firefighter McLaughlin indicate to you had been told to her?
That someone said she had hit him, and he was last seen.
Objection.
Sustained. That will be stricken.
May we approach them?
Okay.
Jeff Wood and I are back, sort of. Been a crazy day. Jeff was the one who just went out to grab a bite. Whew. Press. About to pass out from not eating. Jeff, this next witness is also an EMT worker. Know you've been doing your own work on the side. Has anything about this, another sidebar, but has anything about this stood out to you?
He's just talking, giving information. The sidebar, the attorneys asked a question, and the paramedic, like so many people do on the stand, they're giving a little bit more information than they should. And so when the witnesses answer the question, he's actually providing information that would be considered hearsay. He said, "Oh, she told us this is what happened," where he's testifying to what another person either has already testified to or somebody who would be testifying. He didn't hear it himself. So, the prosecutor's trying to ask the question that he wants to ask, but the paramedic's not fully grasping it and is giving a little bit more information than needs to. And,
Hang on one sec, Jeff. You just missed an interesting moment right there. Very subtle, but Paul O'Keefe just glared at Karen Reed. I mean, really glared at her and then kind of looked at his dad, who's looking down, making no eye contact. So these are some of the interesting things I'm sure the jury's picking up on. But if looks could kill, Paul O'Keefe would have Karen Reed 6 feet under right now. I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead.
It's all right. It's just the defense is, objected, and the judge has done her job saying, yeah, you can't. That's not an appropriate response, and it's stricken from the records. So, and now, obviously, because the prosecutor wants to get the question through, the defense doesn't want the
we always check and make sure that your lunch is here before we take a break. I'm told that it is. So we will take a lunch break. We'll see everybody here ready to start right at 2:00.
There you have it. It is 1:02 on the dot. They got back from their field trip. They started off with this witness, and now they're going to be on break till 2:00. Debbie Gibby saying John's brother is freaking handsome. I got to admit, he's a good-looking guy. I don't know if he's as good-looking as Jeff Wood, but he's a good-looking man. And yeah, he's suffering through this trial. Jeff, just wanted you to finish up your thoughts, and then we'll take a little lunch break.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've done it myself. I don't fully understand the question. I start to answer, and the question is not necessarily a bad question. It's just, it happens, and the judge strikes whatever said. And she did that here. And again, as the prosecutor's trying to get to his question, you could see the paramedic anyway and say, again, this other paramedic told me that unfortunately, what they're testifying to is Karen Reed's statements of, I hit him. He didn't hear it, so he can't testify to it. Right? So if I heard it, I can testify this is what I heard Karen Reed say. But if I told you, and then you got on the stand and said, yeah, I was over here, but I didn't hear it, but Jeff told me that's what she said, that's hearsay evidence. And in a trial, hearsay is inadmissible, right? It's got to be the evidence of what you've seen, heard, done. Same thing with me. So, it's not allowed in the trial. Different hearings, I can say, yes, I would have probable cause hearings, detention hearings, sentencing hearings. During the hearing, I can testify to something you heard or said. You don't have to come in because it's not the trial. So that's what was going on right there. It's no big deal. It happens It happens frequently in trials.
Thank you, Jeff Wood, former retired FBI out of Boston. We're going to take a lunch break right now. Beach Bum asking, is there an afternoon show? There sure is. Great Scott, it's your True Crime Phil, will be on. We're going to be discussing the Suzanne Barry Morphew case, which is heating up again. And then, of course, we'll do wacky true crime stories of the week. That's at 5 p.m. Jeff and I will be back. Jeff, if you are able to, we'll come back at 2 and continue to watch the trials. So everyone grab a bite to eat. It's Space Coast birthday and celebrating the birthday. So everyone have a great break, and we'll be back in about a little less than an hour. Jeff, thanks. I'm going to bounce you out and myself as well. I'll see you in a little bit, Jeff.
See you in a little bit.
the treatment of Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance, correct?
Yes.
With respect to that, you testified that you don't recall sort of specifically anything as far as clothing for Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
I was not paying attention to the clothing.
We are abruptly back. I have no idea who this witness is. I will find out.
Primarily, the big issue was doing the CCR, then to CPR. We're trying to resuscitate the person as best we can. We know with the hypothermic patient, it's very difficult. It's a longer treatment protocol than a typical cardiac arrest because we have to do the CPR for an extended period of time. We have to get the patient warmed up. So the clothing is just quickly removed versus examined or looked at. And the focus was on getting compressions done. Someone was trying to intubate, getting a line started. So that's what we're mainly focused on.
As far as treatment is concerned, what, if any, sort of interplay or intersect?
This is Canton Fire Lieutenant Woodbury. Canton Fire Lieutenant Woodbury.
In a cardiac arrest, we can't declare them dead or passed on until they've been warmed up. A lot of times with hypothermic patients, they can appear to be dead when they're still actually alive. So there has been instances where people have woken up in morgues that were hypothermic when their body warmed up a little bit. So we have to be very cautious, very careful about, treating them as much as we can, as careful as we can. We can't shake them too much, can't move them too much. So it's getting the blood circulating and then starting ventilating after a few minutes.
Back to the CCR, the chest compression
Yep.
that we're talking about. What, if any, sort of, based on your training and experience, what, if any, sort of protocols are? Well, let me ask you this. Were you doing chest compressions throughout the entirety of this interaction with the patient?
No, chest compressions, most people do it for about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, it's very tiring to do chest compressions, so we swap off every few minutes. So a different person will come in and do the compressions. They'll do it for a little while, go into a different task. Someone else will come in and do compressions.
Is that sort of the protocol that you followed in this instance? With
Yes.
regard to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we were rotating her person doing compressions.
And the ambulance at some point leaves the scene and goes to a hospital, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you know what hospital, Mr.
Good Samaritan Medical Center.
If you could just wait till.
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. Good Samaritan Medical Center.
And did you go along for that ambulance ride?
No, I did not.
And where did you go?
So as the lieutenant on the engine, I stay with the engine. I detailed my 2 other engine personnel to the ambulance. So they went with the 2 engine personnel, the 2 regular people on the ambulance, as well as an additional person. Timmy Nuttall was the extra person for that one.
And so you take the engine and go with it?
I went back to the station.
And at some point shortly after that, are you called back to the roadway of Fairview Road?
Yes.
And same general area of Fairview Road?
Yes, same address.
And how is it that you get from the station back to Fairview?
So we had struck a box to cover the personnel that we had detailed. That means we send out a page looking for additional people to come in. We had Sam Pock come in. So he was my engine driver, and I was in the lieutenant's seat. We responded back in engine 4.
And the ambulance that had been there on Fairview Road with you previously was at Good Samaritan?
Yes. Yeah. A call like that takes an extended period of time, even at the hospital, to assist them there. So we had to get an ambulance from Station 2.
And if you know, who was on that ambulance from Station
2? That was Jason Becker and Dan Whitley.
Now, with reference to this particular call, what, if anything, was this secondary dispatch with regard to?
So this call was for Section 12, which is someone in having a psychological issue.
And do you know who that Section 12 was in regards to?
Yeah, this was for Karen Reed.
And at some point, you go back to the scene along with the engine and the second ambulance from Station 2?
Yeah, so the engine got there first. The ambulance coming from another station, so it was a couple extra minutes before they got there.
And when you arrived, who, if anyone else, is sort of on scene on Fairview Road?
The police were still on scene. They had never left. So initially it was me, Sam Pock, and the police. So I went up to try to get the backstory of why we're doing a Section 12 and what was going on.
And at some point, well, when you first arrived, without regard to what was said to you, but who, if anyone, do you speak with to sort of try to gain this information or backstory?
When I got onto the scene, I talked to the police that was there.
Who'd you talk to, sir? The police officer who
Police
was
officer,
there?
yes. Sorry.
And do you recall specifically who that police officer was?
I really did not pay attention to the individual officer.
And at some point, do you have a conversation, or what, if any, conversation do you have with the patient in this case, the defendant, Ms. Reed?
So it was when we identified Karen Reed as the patient, the ambulance arrived shortly after. We started talking to her and trying to get her into the ambulance to talk to her further.
And just to be clear for the records, when you say Ms. Reed, do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, she's right over there.
That's a record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where is she sort of when you first make contact with her on scene when you come back?
In the general vicinity of where the police cars are.
And what is sort of the purpose of this initial conversation that you're having with Ms. Reed?
For Section 12, that's when someone's made threats to them, harm themselves or others. So I just had to judge her mental ability at the time, and if she was a threat to us, and how much of a threat she was to herself. So just a quick evaluation, see how her behavior was.
And what, if any, observations did you make of her during your quick conversation?
She appeared very distraught, very upset. Initially just trying to explain the situation to her about going to the hospital with the Section 12, and she was resistant to that.
And so when you say she was resistant to that, what, if anything, did she say or do to?
She did not want to go.
Hold on. You cannot talk over each other. The objection's overruled.
Yeah. Okay.
Please go ahead.
So what was the question again, please? Yeah.
So what, if anything, when you say she was resistant, what, if anything, did she communicate to you, or observations did you make in regard to that?
She did not want to go to the hospital, and she didn't think she needed any assistance.
And what, if anything, are you sort of, you mentioned you were explaining sort of the process to her. What, if anything, are you saying in that explanation?
Well, once a Section 12 gets written, it's written by the police. Once it's written, we are required to transport to the hospital. Section 12 means that they believe you're a threat to yourself or others. So you have to get evaluated at the hospital by the hospital staff there to see how mentally stable you are.
Now, at this time of this conversation, what, if anything, did you know as far as the relationship between Ms. Reed and the prior patient, Mr. O'Keefe?
I knew they had a relationship. I wasn't sure if they were married or engaged or what their status was, but I knew she was did have a strong relationship with him.
And in reference to Mr. O'Keefe, during your conversation with Ms. Reed, what, if anything, was she asking or saying in reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
She kept repeating, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She seemed very concerned about that. We're trying to explain to her that we cannot declare him dead. He's being evaluated. He's being treated. They're trying to treat him the best they can.
And as far as when she's stating these things to you, is this, as far as the sort of tonality of her voice while she's saying these things to you, can you describe that?
She was very up and down. It was a repetitive conversation with her. She's obviously experiencing a lot of different emotions. So just her emotional state was all over the place.
And as far as this sort of second time that you're on scene, about how long period of time are we talking about?
That was about between 15 and 20 minutes.
And as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed, where did she go? Did you stay with her sort of the entire time that she was on scene that second time? Or
because she was resistant, we were trying to get her to voluntarily go. If someone voluntarily goes, even with the section written, they're released a lot quicker. So we're trying to convince her to be willing to go with us versus being forced. If at some point we have to actually force her to go against her will, then it's going to be a much longer hospital stay. So our main goal with staying on the scene so long was to try to get her willingly to go. Just makes her experience much better.
And just to be clear, when you say we, who specifically
It was me, Dan Whitley, Jason Becker were the ones talking to her in the back of the ambulance.
When you clear, so when you leave the scene, where is Miss Reed at that point?
So the ambulance transported her to the Good Samaritan. We also detailed Sam Park as the driver.
So the gentleman who had driven, or the firefighter that had driven you in the engine to the scene that
Yep.
drives the ambulance away.
Yes, correct.
Would you say his name again, please?
Sam Park.
Sam what?
Sam Park.
Spell it, please, the last name.
P-O-C-H is the last name.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay. Ready?
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Woodbury, you and I have never met or spoken, correct?
No.
I know you had said you were nervous, so I'm going to try and
Okay.
make this fairly brief,
Thank you.
sir. I just have a couple of areas that I'd like to go
Okay.
to you with. So to your interaction with Karen Reed and what you actually heard from her mouth.
Okay.
That's sort of where I want to concentrate, as opposed to anything that anybody else may have said to you about what they believe she might have said. Okay?
Okay.
And it seems to me that your main interaction with her was not when the initial call came in to respond to, a man who was unresponsive in the snow. It was after you went back to the station in the engine and then came back to the scene for the purposes of the Section 12 that you described. Would that be fair to say?
Correct.
And when you came back to the scene for the Section 12, it's also fair to say that the Section 12 issue was your focus, correct?
Correct.
You had an order in hand, correct?
The police had it and they gave it to us when we got there.
Right. Okay. So you got an order in hand once you got there.
Correct.
Which is what you expected to happen, correct?
Yes.
And your focus at that point is, okay, and I don't want to be too, flip, but we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Is that a fair characterization?
That is one way to put it.
And you wanted to do it the easy way.
Yes, correct.
And you wanted to persuade Karen Reed that she should want to do it the easy way, correct?
Yes.
And after some conversation back and forth where she was initially resistant, she eventually agreed, yes, I'll do, not to put words in your mouth or hers, but to the effect of, yes, we'll do this the easy way, correct?
Did get her to agree to transport.
And with regard to her state of mind, I believe you had testified that she appeared to be very distraught.
Yes, correct.
Going through a lot of emotions.
Yes.
Grief-stricken.
Oh, that's one of them, yes.
Hysterical at times.
Yes.
Raising her voice at times.
Yes.
Crying at times.
I didn't see any actual tears, but that type of emotional display.
All right. And so in terms of the only commentary that you heard with regard to her feelings or questions regarding John O'Keefe, it was the statements that you heard repetitively over and over and over again. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead?
That was some of the things she was saying, yes.
Your Honor, may we approach sidebar briefly?
Okay.
Here we go. Yet another sidebar. I'm going to bring in Jeff. I'm not sure if he's still taking some calls, but Jeff, this is a lieutenant from the fire department being questioned about what happened that day, and basically implying that Karen Reed was somewhat hysterical, seeing her boyfriend, since deceased, John O'Keefe, in the state that he was in. We're hearing from a lot of these paramedics, EMTs, this one more high ranking. What is the Commonwealth doing here? What's the defense trying to do? Trying to show that they had some sort of ulterior motive, I guess?
I think the prosecution, they're putting the witnesses on to show how she was, right? How she was acting, how she was behaving, comments that she was making to show who she was, right? And then the defense, their defense, they want to show that she was framed. That's what their argument has been, and so they're going to take all these type of steps to try and discredit the police investigation. As I said earlier, I think they do need to be careful when they go after some of the paramedics and firefighters who respond, because they're coming in, they're not investigators, and they're just going to say, "This is what I saw, this is what I heard, this is what I did." Right? There's no investigation. They're there to take care of people, and people forget that even witnesses, victims, you know, they don't know if she's killed him. They don't know anything yet, but she's hysterical. That is an emotional thing for everyone. Whether so their goal is, they need to get her checked out to make sure that she's mentally healthy and not going to go home and kill herself or what's going on. But she's
So
seen.
I think, Ms. Giannetti, I think you need the actual.
Yes.
This is David Unetti, by the way, but look at this comment from Kimco. Arm to me seems like scratches from Karen Reed on John O'Keefe. Maybe they got in a fight. And then a response, Kim, the scratches are from the dog inside during the fight. Unless you're in the house, I don't think anyone knows for sure. Here's David Unetti.
On John O'Keefe when you first arrived at the scene, correct?
Yes.
You testified about the swollen eye,
Yes.
and you also testified about the scratch marks that you saw on his forearm, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to show you, I'm going to approach in a minute to show you what has been marked M for identification. And when I hand it to you, please keep it to yourself and look at it, and then look up at me when you're done, okay? Having reviewed M for identification, do you recognize what that depicts?
Yes. That is Mr. O'Keefe's right arm.
All right. Does that photograph appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the scratch marks that you observed on January 29th of 2022, sir?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay. That will be our next exhibit. And again, we'll have to maybe renumber. Counsel, before you leave today, we have to figure out how to keep everything straight.
Understood. And with the court's permission, Your Honor, may I have that published on the screen for the jury?
Yes.
Now, on direct examination, Lieutenant, hang on. Let me just have a moment. Oh, good point. I'm going to try to get out of your way so everybody can see. With regard to the injuries that you described on direct examination, Lieutenant, I believe you would mainly concentrate.
I'm sorry, I need to, please take this down for me. I need to counsel this out.
Whatever the exhibit was, that came down really quickly, and David Unetti summoned back over. Good look right now at Karen Reed and Rosemary Romero with I guess what is a fair question considering the circumstances. I wonder if Karen Reed is an alcoholic who drinks to excess and can't remember what she did the night of drinking. Maybe she suffers from anterograde. Again, normally I guess that would be a disparaging comment, but the fact that it was believed to be that she had 9 drinks that night and someone ended up dead, it is a fair comment. We're looking at the scratches, a lot of scratches. Jeff, we're going to get back right into it, but you had some comments. You yourself do not think they're dog scratches from your own experience.
Not from my experience, they don't. I don't see. To me, I've seen dogs who've been through clothes and seen the injuries. Those don't look like a German Shepherd dog bite to me. That again, that's me. I'm not an expert here. You need the vets or whoever else to come in and say it. I mean, I think everyone's going to have an opinion here. You know, it's our opinions. For me, that's not a dog bite.
Yeah. These looks between John O'Keefe and Yannetti and John O'Keefe and Karen Reed or something else. And John O'Keefe's no small man. He does not look pleased, and they are so close. It's wild how close they are to me. Lorna McKenzie chiming in. I don't think she's an expert in this either. They don't look like dog scratches to me, but if you ask those who believe that this is a larger conspiracy, then they will tell you that it was in fact a dog bite. The autopsy is telling us he got beat up. German Shepherd, Chloe the dog, scratched like that. So Linda Mon believes that they are dog scratches. Others do not. And the jurors are going to be the ones who ultimately have to make this decision. There's a holdup here. That guy looks like he wants to go home for the day. There's a holdup here over the exhibit, and we're going up to the ceiling fan right now, which means there's going to be some more deliberations between the judge and counsel. Jeff, if you had to guess, what do you think the issue is with showing these photos right now?
I'm going to guess that he's going to try and ask questions that no one on the stand yet is able to answer, right? My guess. I'm not really sure, but don't these look like dog scratches? Again, as we can see from the comments, people are saying that's a dog bite, that's a dog scratch. Other people are saying no, it's not. No one.
Go. Dog bites, not scratches. Others say scratches, not dog bites. Who
Some
knows?
say nothing, some say yes, right? At the end of the day, none of us are experts. From what I've seen in my experience, they don't look either or to me. But I'm not an expert here. So my guess is they're arguing right now over, can this come in yet? Can a paramedic who's not an expert make any type of true comment on what he or she thinks it is? And I think that's what may be causing this right now, because we're throwing that up early. So I mean, I think that may be the reason for what's going on right now. I just, it's hard to say because I didn't hear the objection. I didn't hear what caused them to go up other than say, hey, we need to take this down right away. So again, there's something going on. It has to do with the photograph. I'm just trying to make a guess here on why.
By the way, I'd like to move my podcast studio into this court. I'd even move back up to Boston if they would let me do it, but they probably are still planning to hold trials there. I like the whole, so small, and even have this little section cordoned off. That's Karen Reed's family right behind her. I mean, I've never seen a courtroom. This is like, it's a small world. Brooklyn Rules MBA. I think she's guilty, but this trial is like a banana republic. It is in the sense that I've never seen so much information. I think that some of it is accurate and some of it no doubt is inaccurate, flying and taken as fact by the public before the trial even got started. From my cat's name is Karen. Autopsy calls them superficial lacerations. Rosie Woods, why are we talking about an autopsy that hasn't been presented? This is child. Giovanni's Pikachu. John had two other friends there, so the whole she had 9 drinks isn't fair in my opinion. And then she goes on to say, look, they are dog scratches and even a bite maybe. So people just going back and forth. This comment, which seemed to go in passing, was picked up, and I picked up on this, didn't comment on it. No tears, according to the lieutenant, from Karen Reed, to which Miss CC says that was huge. I just wonder, and I think everyone is, what's going on in the minds of the jurors? Are they being patient? Are they waiting to hear and see all this evidence? And are we going to, continue with these exhibits that they were just about to show? Jeff, the answer to this, I think, is yes from Blurry Lights. Are there dog bite scratch experts like fingerprint experts? There are experts that analyze bites, human bites, animal bites, etc.
I mean, we have experts on bugs, right? So I'm sure you can get an expert for this as well, right? We have experts to say, we know it takes this long for a bug to start laying its eggs on a dead body. So based on what we're seeing, we can estimate time of death, right? So I can't imagine that they don't. I've just never had a case that needed one before, so I wouldn't know where to look. I wouldn't know what to I'd have to research, right? But again, you've got people who've been doing this for a long time. They know where to go. They'll find it. They'll take care of it. They'll put them on. But you know, again, the prosecution evidence is coming out today. The autopsy, you're getting. We haven't seen the true autopsy report, so we don't know what. The defense is trying to prove that she was not prove, because they don't have to prove anything, but their argument is that she was framed, and they just have to put in enough reasonable doubt to show that yes, she was framed. So the defense has a more there's more leniency on what the defense can say when they hold their press conferences and when they talk to the public. The prosecution is going to hold their evidence in until they have to release it. So when you have a probable cause hearing or some kind of hearing to say, have we met the burden to show that there's probable cause to charge her with this crime, they provide the evidence that's needed to the judge. And yes, in those things, certain evidence will come out. But the prosecution is not going to give all their evidence up. It's just enough to show, here's our evidence, enough to show that we can charge her. And the judge either says, show me more, you haven't proven it, or you're good to go. And then we'll see the evidence when you present it. Now, yes, by law, they have to turn everything over, both good and bad. So they have to turn over every piece of evidence that shows this is why she's guilty in our mind.
Hang on one sec, Jeff. The jury's leaving again right now. There is no audio because they've cut it off on the pool cam, but you can tell here the jury, they're facing the jury and standing. Out they go. It looks like they're going to have testimony based on these exhibits without the jurors to see if they can move forward in front of the jurors. We saw this earlier with some testimony from one of the female firefighters who said that she distinctly heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, which was very damaging testimony. Again, that's Paul O'Keefe, the tall man in the middle. Here we go. Here's some volume from the court once again. Let's see how they're going to proceed.
So, jurors, I can assure you that by Monday, we're in really good shape. It's an organizational situation that I have to deal with. So we've been dealing with that. We appreciate your patience, and we are in good shape. And Ms. Gianetti, if you need the exhibit, it's here.
Terrific. May I have it published again on the
Yes.
Oh, so I guess the jury just came back in. That's why they were standing.
Lieutenant, with regard to the injuries that you observed, did you notice any lividity on the body when you were looking at John O'Keefe?
Being hypothermic, he was very pale overall. So the skin wasn't pinked up yet. So it's hard to really judge the rest of the skin that way until it's warmed up and much later into the scene.
You are familiar with the term lividity, though?
Yes.
And could you just explain that to the jury?
That's like bruising. So the pooling of blood in lower sections. So for like a cardiac arrest patient, when they have lividity, it looks like bruising on the underside where all the blood has pooled. And we did not really notice that.
But it's not actually bruising from an injury. It's just the blood
settling down. It's the same thing, yes.
One at a time, please.
Yeah, sorry. So it appears like bruising, and bruising is basically pooling of blood under the skin. So this is lividity is just gravity-fed pooling of blood under the skin. And it usually happens what is the section of the body that is lowest.
I see. Okay. Now, with regard to the scratches that you've testified about and that you now observe on Exhibit 382, I believe, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your testimony on direct examination was that you observed them in the forearm area, correct?
It was the right, like forearm to arm. I was trying to signal like right up here, but yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I guess that's my.
Yeah.
It wasn't just on the.
Not just, it was the arm area. You know, mostly what I noticed was forearm, but there was some around there.
Okay, so it wasn't just below the elbow?
No, it wasn't up just below the elbow.
There was some above the elbow as well?
Yep.
That's consistent with Exhibit 382?
Correct.
On each moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions.
Mr. Lally, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Lieutenant, thank you very much. So
Yeah,
you're all
thank
set. Our next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Mr. Daniel Whitley to the stand.
Watch your step. Court, and reach your right hand, please. Just tell us whether you ever stood in the court and during the case down here and speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the truth?
Daniel Whitley, Whitley.
And what do you do for us, sir?
I'm a paramedic firefighter with the Town of Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire?
I was hired in March of '06.
And prior to that work with the Canton Fire Department, did you work within that same field in any other capacity for any other company?
Yes, correct. I worked for American Medical Response out of Brockton as an EMT intermediate and a paramedic for 5 years.
And you're a certified paramedic, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you held that certification?
It was, I believe, November of 2006 that I got that certification.
And is there any sort of continuing educational component or recertification process that's involved with being a certified paramedic?
Yes, we recertify every 2 years. We're required to hold basic life support card, which is just generally CPR, and advanced cardiac life support, which is ACLS. It's more dealing with EKGs and how to run resuscitations, cardiac arrests, things of that nature.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th of 2022, were you working with the Canton Fire Department on those dates?
Yes.
What kind of shift were you working on?
24-hour shift, 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
And where were you assigned on that particular day?
The Ponkbog Station, Station 2.
The Ponkabog Station, where is that located within Canton?
The north side of town on Southmont Street.
And how were you assigned to a specific duty or a specific?
Yes, I was assigned to Ambulance 2 with Jason Becker. As I was a field training officer at that point, and he was just finishing up his field training after he recently became certified as a paramedic.
And now, at some point shortly after 6 a.m., were you aware of a call or dispatch in regard to Station House 1?
Yes, we had just returned from a previous call about 5 a.m. and heard the tones go off. Actually, we were in the day room, which is where it's the living room of a fire station. And we heard the tones go off. We heard the police going to Fairview Road. And we just kind of sat and were wondering what was going on there.
Now, you yourself, you and Firefighter Becker, were you dispatched to a call as well, approximately 6:41 or 6:42 a.m.?
Yes.
And at the time that you received that dispatch, what, if anything, were you aware of with regard to the prior call that the other ambulance went?
So when the tones go off between the two stations, we're able to hear what the dispatch complaint is, what they're going for, and it came in as, I believe, CPR in progress in the snow or something to that regard. So we knew that was a fairly serious call that Station 1 had gone to.
Now, when you received your dispatch at approximately 6:42 a.m. or so, what was that call in regard to, and where did you respond?
We were dispatched for a Section 12.
And as far as your assignments within the ambulance between yourself and Firefighter Becker, with regard to this call, who was doing what?
I was driving. He's what we call the tech, the lead paramedic on the case. That's just generally how we operate.
And from your response, or your driving from Station 2 to Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you observe or experience in between the two?
At that point, it was snowing pretty heavily. We were coming down Chapman Street, getting ready to take the right onto Fairview. We nearly slid off the road, making the turn onto Fairview. It was snowing that heavily, and I don't believe the roads had been really plowed or treated or anything like that for us to, so it was pretty slippery.
Now, in addition to ambulance number 2 that you and Firefighter Becker were in, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatus was dispatched to this call as well?
There was engine 3, which is the District 1 engine, and at least 2 police cruisers. And then another gray SUV kind of further down from where we parked.
Now, when you arrive in this area on Fairview Road, what, if anything, do you sort of observe as far as who's there when you arrive?
When I got out, my Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park were there.
And they were on the engine, is that correct?
They were on the engine, correct.
Now, beyond sort of the personnel from your department, you mentioned that there were some police officers there as well?
Yes, Melanie and Sarah, and then 2 other females, at least 2 other females.
And the other 2 females, where were they when you first sort of get out of the ambulance?
A few yards ahead of us, a few dozen yards ahead of us, I'd say.
And were there any other vehicles beyond sort of first responders that you observed on?
Just that other gray SUV.
And so I guess my question is, where were the 2 females that you observed in relation to the gray SUV?
Near it, maybe in front of, maybe one was inside. There were 3 females there.
And at some point while you're on scene, you learned the identity of your patient, correct?
Yes.
And what was the name of the patient?
Karen Reed.
And you had some conversation with Karen Reed that day, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just describe as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated right at that table right there.
I'm sorry, if you could just point as to where she is.
Right here.
Just that's record reflect identification.
Okay.
Now, when you first sort of arrive on scene, who, if anyone, is the first person that you talk to?
Lieutenant Woodbury and Sam Park.
And following that conversation, who, if anyone, you speak to?
Probably briefly Lieutenant Mullaney, but more, Officer Mullaney and Officer Sarah.
Now, following your conversation, let me ask you this sort of in general terms. When you respond to a call for a Section 12, what is sort of the protocol that you go through in regard to that?
Whether it's a Section 12 or any call, basically, the lead tech generally takes over immediate patient care, goes over, assesses. Usually the partner will go over and try and find out background details, try and find not only, well, especially for a Section 12, you want to get, the tech will get, which is Jason's role, the patient story, and then I'll get everyone else's story.
And at some point, you have a conversation with Ms. Reed as well.
Oh, yes.
And where is that in relation to vehicles on scene? So what is that initial conversation?
The initial conversation, she was very upset. She kept saying, so we had a section 12 written, and that was to take her to the hospital because she made threats against her life, saying, I don't want to live anymore. If my husband dies, I don't want to be alive anymore. And myself and Jason and Lieutenant Woodbury were kind of like, well, that's seemingly more in the lines of normal grieving process after something traumatic happens to a loved one, whether they're going to die or not. We kind of didn't feel like it kind of led to that level of a Section 12 to have her transported to the hospital. So at that point, I exited the ambulance and I went to speak with Officer Saraf, and I said, this kind of doesn't, if we want her to be at the hospital, get a full eval, we're going to need more than just, if my husband dies, I want to die, because that seems just like normal grieving things to say. And so I went back to the ambulance. He went, I don't know where he went. I don't know whether it was cruiser or what, but he came back, notified me that her
Sustained.
And from that conversation, did you receive more information or more clarity as to statements in Ms. Reed and Nick?
Yes, Officer Saraf had said that.
Objection.
So not what he said, sir. So
We
you
were
are
informed
unmuted.
that.
Objection.
I'm not sure.
So you can't testify to what somebody else told you. You can when there's no objection regarding what Ms. Reed told you,
Okay.
but you can't testify what anybody else told you.
Okay.
So when I say sustain, that means you have to stop.
Okay.
And the lawyer will ask another question. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Firefighter Whitley, at some point, specific to your conversations with the defendant, Ms. You described sort of her demeanor, any observations you made in relation to that as you were speaking.
Yes, she was very upset. She kept asking if there was any chance. She kept asking us if we knew if the person ambulance 1 had transported was alive or dead, and we could not speak to that. She asked if somebody could be alive in the snow without a jacket for many hours. And at that point, we were just trying to give her any hope that whomever A1 transported was still alive. And we kind of just talked about far off hypothermia cases where, kids have fallen in rivers and been submerged for many minutes, maybe even hours, and survived with no neurological deficits. So we were just trying to give her some sort of hope on the way to the hospital that there was a chance that her husband could be alive.
Now, at this point, what, if anything, did you know about sort of the relationship between your patient, the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the patient from ambulance 1 that had been transported previously?
She identified him as her husband.
And is that something that she said once or more than once?
Many, many times.
Now, she asked you some questions about his status and made specific reference to his clothes. Is that correct?
The only thing I recall is asking if he could have survived without a jacket.
Now, as far as these conversations that you had with Ms. Reed, where did they occur in relation to the ambulance?
They were in the back of the ambulance.
And who, if anyone, was present in the back of the ambulance beyond yourself and the defendant?
Jason Becker.
And with reference to, you mentioned that Firefighter Becker was sort of the lead paramedic or the lead tech on this, is that correct?
Yes.
So is there, from sort of his role and your role, what are some of the sort of differences in the duties and responsibilities in relation, we'll call it?
So for any Section 12 or our department policy is there will be 2 EMTs, paramedics, firefighters with during transport at all times. That's both for our safety and the patient safety. So that's why it wasn't just 2 EMTs or paramedics driving to the hospital. I was in back with Jason, and Sam Clark was driving.
Now, as far as you testified earlier about observations of her being upset or distraught, is that correct?
Correct.
Was that consistent throughout your interaction with her, or?
No. There would be episodes where she would like go from crying in her hands to all of a sudden perking up. She was crying about having to take care of kids, saying she couldn't do it. And I was saying, you can do this. It's not as hard as it seems. She kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids and they're not his kids. That's when I figured out who ambulance 1 transported. And I was saying, well, it seems like you have a good, strong support system. People who came and helped you in a blizzard to help come find your husband. She said, she asked me if I knew Kerry Roberts. I said I did. She said anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say those things. And that kind of took me aback a bit. It seemed strange to say something like that after you were just crying because your husband was dead.
Take you back just within.
I was just kind of surprised.
If I could take you back within that just for a minute. So you had testified that during that, her description, you sort of realized who was the patient in ambulance 1, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, made you realize, or who did you think it was? Realize, or who did you think it was?
I live in and grew up in the Ponquag neighborhood of Canton, and Mr. O'Keefe was known for taking on his niece and nephew after, I'm sorry, I'm not sure positive of the relationship, but I believe it was his sister and his brother-in-law passed away. And it was something people admired him for, people looked up to him for. But I was able to, I also, I moved into the Ponquag neighborhood back after living outside of Canton for a few years. The O'Keefes lived diagonally across from me. I never had any sort of interaction with him or anything. When I moved in, my wife was probably about 6 months pregnant and I had 2 toddlers, so I was pretty busy. I figured he was pretty busy. I never even had a chance to introduce myself or anything before he moved to Meadows, which is how I kind of figured out.
Your Honor, I object to this line of questioning.
Okay, next, sustain. Next question.
Now, you had also mentioned during your conversation with the defendant that she had said some things about Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And how is it that you know Kerry Roberts?
Well, Kerry lives around the corner from me.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. Next question, please.
How long have you known Kerry Roberts?
Just from moving back into the neighborhood, she would run the neighborhood block party, and she put out that she would like the fire truck there on the neighborhood Facebook page. So I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the neighborhood block party.
And was Ms. Roberts seen on Fairview when you arrived in your ambulance?
Yes.
So she was one of the other females along with the defendant?
Correct.
Now, with reference to when you brought up as far as support system and included Ms. Roberts within that, what, if anything, did the defendant say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustain. Next question, please.
this conversation that you had with the defendant in the ambulance, about how long a period of time are we talking about?
20, 25 minutes.
And beyond what you've already testified to, what did sort of that conversation consist of, or what was the sort of tone and tenor of that conversation?
Again, we were just trying to give her any support. She was, once we were getting closer to the hospital, we
Objection.
So the tone and tenor. So what can you tell us about that? That's admissible, Mr. Yannetti. Go ahead.
The tone, she would go from being almost despondent to when she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts, the only tone I can use to describe it is snarky.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Now, you transported to a Good Samaritan, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you, during the transport, where are you in relation to Ms. Reed from Fairview to Good Samaritan?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
During the transport, Ms. Reed is where within the ambulance?
I believe we have what we call a tech bench, which is a long bench. There's the ambulance stretcher, and then next to the ambulance stretcher, as we call it, the CPR seat. And then that's where Miss Reed sat. And then I was in what we call the airway seat, which is basically like a captain's chair behind the stretcher.
And in addition to yourself and the defendant, who, if anyone else was sort of in the back of the ambulance at that time?
During transport?
Yes.
During transport, it was just me, Jason Becker, and Miss Reed.
Okay. So yourself along with Firefighter Becker and right?
Correct.
Who was driving the ambulance?
Sam Park.
When you arrived at Good Samaritan, what, if anything, happened?
Miss Reed was asking to be able to see John, and I made the decision that I would run ahead to see if that was in the realm of possibility with the emergency room physician there. So I ran ahead. I came into they call it the code room at Good Sam, and I asked if the wife could see the husband. The ER doctor asked if she would be upset. I said if she would be upset if she was allowed to or not. And I said she's going to be upset. I believe she's going to be upset either way. He was asking if she would get in the way of the resuscitation efforts. And I said it's possible. She's very upset.
And so once you arrive at the hospital with the patient, where do you go along with Ms. Reed?
We escorted her down to we call it the psych hall or the behavioral hall at Good Sam.
And about how long was it after you escorted her into the hospital that you stayed with her following that?
At least 10 minutes.
And during those 10 minutes, how would you describe sort of her behavior or demeanor during that time?
Objection.
No, he can testify to that.
He was giving the nurses a hard time about, I'm sorry, she was giving the nurses a hard time about having to get into a Johnny, about having to submit a urine sample. Even the AR techs went to the physician who was in the code room to see if she could not have to wear a Johnny, and the ER doc said no, if she's in the psych hall, she's a psych patient, needs to be in a Johnny. So at that point, there was just a nurse and a tech. We don't usually leave a psych patient with just a single nurse and a tech. So we decided to wait until security had gotten there before we left.
May I have one moment?
Yes.
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Yannetti.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, Mr. Whitley, when you showed up, you learned that Karen Reed was the patient that you were to deal with, correct?
Correct.
And it was your expectation that she would be going to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the things that you do when you transport somebody to the hospital is you try to get a medical history, correct?
Yep.
Why is that important?
Generally, we get pertinent medical history to pass on to the hospital. So if something were to happen where the patient wasn't able to describe their past medical history, it gets passed on to the next caregiver, which would be the nurses, doctors at the hospital.
More information is always better than less information, correct?
I would say so.
And with regard to Ms. Reed, did you take a medical history from her?
I assume Jason did.
Okay. Did you learn the results of that medical history?
You'd have to refer to Jason's report.
I may have a moment now.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Whitley, if I I'm actually going to show you two documents with your permission. One would be Jason's report.
Okay.
And you talked about Jason Becker, correct?
Correct.
The other is a police report from Sergeant Yuri Buchnick. I'm going to give you the second page of that.
So let's do them one at a time.
Sure. And you've asked for Jason Becker's report, so I'll give you that first, okay?
Okay.
And when I approach you, I'm going to hand this to you, and I just ask you to look at it silently by yourself.
Okay.
And then look up at me when you're done.
Okay.
I'm going to collect that from you if you don't mind.
The first report was the NFIRS report from my lieutenant.
Was Jason Becker's report included in it
Yes.
as well?
Yep.
Having reviewed those documents, does that refresh your memory as to the medical history that was taken?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about that?
Just lists multiple sclerosis.
What is multiple sclerosis?
I believe it's a neurodegenerative disease where the myelin sheathing of the trying to think of the word here, but
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
you know, I understand.
I'm sure you do. It's a disease.
It's a disease that's progressive and has neurological muscle control things involved with it.
And when you say progressive, that means it gets worse over time as you age?
As I understand it.
And that was the medical history you got from Karen Lee?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
All right. So, sir, you are all set. Thank you, Mr. Whitley. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor. We'll call Mr. Jason Becker to the stand.
Next witness, gone through a bunch of witnesses already. I think the state, the Commonwealth said they're calling 77 witnesses. Probably about 10% done, if that. Would say about 7 witnesses. Not sure who this next witness is, but we are about to find out. There's Adam Lally, the Assistant District Attorney for Norfolk County, and this looks to be oh no.
Face that clerk and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the honesty of the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
First name is Jason. Last name is Becker. Becker.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a firefighter paramedic, Canton Fire Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Fire Department?
5.5 years.
And prior to that, what, if any, other employment did you have sort of within that same field?
I worked at Found Ambulance and South Shore Hospital.
How long did you work at each of those respectively?
Found Ambulance was about 5 years. South Shore Hospital, approximately 3 years.
And with regard to South Shore Hospital, what is it that you did there?
I was a nursing assistant in the emergency room.
And with regard to your work as a firefighter paramedic for the Canton Fire Department, you are a certified paramedic?
Yes.
And when did you first receive that certification?
October 2021.
And is that something that you receive, or when you receive that, is something that goes on in perpetuity, or is that something that you have a continuing educational component or recertification?
It's Con Ed education, every 2 years you have to recertify.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
I was.
And where were you assigned? I'm sorry, what type of shift were you working on that occasion?
What type of shift?
Yes, like what hour to what hour?
8 a.m. to 8 a.m., 24 hours.
So 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th.
Correct.
And where were you assigned on that day?
I was at Canton Station 2, Ambulance 2.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned with you to Ambulance 2 at Station 2 on that day?
Daniel Whitley, firefighter Daniel Whitley.
Now, at some point when you were working on the 29th, shortly after 6 a.m. or so, did you become aware of a call for station house number 1?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you aware of as far as that earlier call?
As far as we know, it was a man down the road, initial, and I believe it was upgraded eventually to CPR in progress.
Now, at some point following that, approximately 6:41 a.m. or so, did you, your station, dispatch to Fairview Road?
Yes.
And in regard to
A psych eval, possible section 12.
And in addition to yourself and firefighter Whitley in ambulance 2, what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched by your department to that call as well?
Canton Engine 3.
And if you know, who, if anyone, was on Canton Engine 3 at that time?
Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Sam Park.
Now, with regard to the ambulance that you were in with firefighter Whitley, what were sort of let me ask you this, between sort of call volume, what, if any, sort of policy or protocol is there as far as who does what on a particular call?
We switch off.
And so on this particular call that you were dispatched to Fairview Road, what were sort of each of your respective duties and responsibilities between yourself and firefighter Whitley?
Firefighter Whitley was the driver at that point, and it was my tech, is what it's called. So the next patient would be mine.
And so as sort of you were the lead tech on this, is that correct?
Correct.
And so as far as the lead tech's role, what, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have in regard to writing a report?
It's my report. Got to be right.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
There were documents, just ask you to review that with supplements.
The first one here is the engines. Second one would be mine.
You recognize the first few pages of that as the engines report, and the last few are yours, correct?
Correct.
And that's your report with relation to this dispatch and this call, correct?
Correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want the seat to introduce in a minute as the next.
So both reports through this witness? Is there any objection?
May I just take a look at the DA's copy? May we approach?
Okay.
Approaching the bench yet again. Thankfully, it is Friday. We've got another show, by the way, at 5 p.m. I'm not sure how I'm going to get through it, but we are looking at Karen Reed, who looks like she wants Friday to be here too. Not looking too pleased, but they are meeting with the judge again, the Honorable Beverly Canone, to discuss what is happening. Ashley Rose, thank you for bringing this up. Hummingbird Books, I hope to see you there. I think it is May 16th. May 16th, Hummingbird Books. I've been tweeting out links, and make sure you RSVP. The great Dr. Ann Burgess is going to be in Boston, who Jeff Wood knows really well. And that's actually filling up quite fast because of Dr. Ann Burgess. So make sure you do RSVP. That's the very handsome Paul O'Keefe with his wife, who he met, she said, when she was a waitress. Here is testimony continuing here.
With that addendum, I would seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay.
Really don't.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, can I return the report to the witness?
Yes.
Testimony. Now, sir, when you first sort of arrive in the area of 34, when you arrive in the area of Fairview Road, what, if anything, is it that you first observe upon your arrival?
Coming down the street or on scene?
Yes, coming down the street.
Coming down the street, live police lights. You can see the fire engine, and I believe I said it's one black SUV.
And where is it that you and the ambulance sort of parked in reference to those other vehicles that you see?
I believe we parked. If the SUV was facing towards us, we parked to the left. I don't recall where the police cruiser was, though.
And when you first arrived there, who, if anyone, is it that you first speak with when you get there?
When we got out of the ambulance, I passed Officer Saraf and Officer Mulaney. They kind of briefed us, and then I walked over to the black SUV.
And when you walk over to the black SUV, who is it that you observe in that black SUV?
I saw two females.
And of those two females, do you see one of them in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Right over there, the jacket on.
That's the record reflect identification of the defendant.
Okay.
Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, where within the vehicle is she when you first come up to the vehicle on the field?
When I remember, she was in the front passenger seat.
And what, if any, knowledge did you have as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, and her relationship to the earlier call that ambulance wanted to dispatch?
Very little. I think we had gotten briefed that she was the wife of the previous patient.
Is that something that she had stated or something that somebody else had stated? Where does that awareness come
I
from?
believe it was one of the Canton police officers that said it.
I'm sorry, what was that answer?
It was one of the Canton police officers.
Okay.
And so when you walk up to the car, what is it that you say to her, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed at that?
So I went up to the window and introduced myself and just kind of asked what was going on.
And how did she respond to that?
She was kind of, she was distraught. She was crying. She kind of told us that the statements she may have made, she didn't mean it because of the current events that she had just gone through.
What, if anything, did she say about that? If anything, did she say about what she had gone through?
She had just done CPR on her husband.
And so she referred to him as her husband as well?
Yes.
And this conversation that you had sort of at the side of the SUV, is that through the door, through the window?
From what I recall, it was through the window.
And at some point, does the conversation move to the ambulance?
Correct.
About how long was the conversation at the vehicle before the conversation shifted to the ambulance?
5 to 10 minutes.
And as far as your dispatch for a psych or a section 12, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury sort of that process, just in general terms first, as far as what does that process entail?
And when we get on scene?
Yes.
For a section?
Yes, please.
We go on scene, we kind of look at the environment, see what the environment's like, see if the patient's cooperative, uncooperative, what their demeanor is, if there's any obvious self-harm. If there's none, we kind of go up and talk to them, get a report, and ask them some basic triage questions.
And is that sort of the policy or the protocol of what you followed in this instance with Ms. Reed?
Correct.
Now, beyond what she had indicated to you initially, what, if anything, was she asking you during the course of your conversation with her once you were in the ambulance?
She kept asking if he was dead or could he be dead.
Is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
More than once.
And could you describe sort of the tone of her voice when she was saying?
It was pretty, it's kind of like it was a rapid kind of pressure speech. She was just a lot repetitive.
And as you were speaking with her, what, if any, observations did you make of her facial area?
She had blood on her face and her neck and her blood around her mouth, her neck and chin.
So with regard to sort of any earlier suicidal statements, what, if anything, did she say in relation to that?
She said she made him because she just went through a traumatic event, seeing her husband dead, and she had no plan on acting on it.
Now, pursuant to a Section 12 call, what, if anything, are you doing as far as documentation goes with respect to vital signs, things like that?
It depends on the situation. In a situation with misreads, I took a regular, just vital signs, pulse oximetry, see her heart rate. But for someone like a female psych patient, it's more verbal.
And as far as any of those sort of vital signs and things that you took, what, if anything, abnormal did you note in regard to that?
There was nothing too abnormal. Just the heart rate might have been a little bit high, but within normal range.
Could you please keep your voice up, sir? Thank you.
Sorry. But the vital signs, her heart rate was a little high, it was 98, but it was nothing concerning.
During the time that you're having this conversation with her in the back of the ambulance, how would you describe it?
She would have periods of calmness, and then other periods she would appear agitated because she didn't want to go to the hospital. But all in all, she was cooperative with us.
Now, at some point, she's cooperative, correct, and agrees to go?
Eventually, yes.
When you say eventually, was there some conversation related?
We kind of mentioned to her basically what a Section 12 is. And unfortunately, she'd have to come with us voluntarily or involuntarily.
So you're explaining the process to her, is that correct?
Correct.
Eventually, she agrees to go, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the transport goes, who, if anyone, is in the back of the ambulance with her during the transport period?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
And who, if anyone, was driving the ambulance to the hospital?
Firefighter Park.
And which hospital did you transport Ms. Reed?
We went to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Now, during the course of transfer to the hospital, what, if anything else, did Ms. Reed say with reference to children?
She was talking about Keith's children, and she was unsure, and she didn't know if she'd be able to take care of them. She was worried about that.
She was worried about that.
Yeah, she's worried about who would take care of the children if he was pronounced dead.
And what, if anything, did she say about herself in reference to the children?
She didn't think that she could take care of them on her own.
Now, as far as this other person or the patient from the earlier call, how did she to that person in relationship to yourself?
She was calling him the husband.
Now, with reference to this particular, with reference to Ms. Reed in this conversation, what, if anything, did she say in regards to the last time that she had spoken to who she called her husband?
She had said that they had gotten into an argument. She was sad because that was the last thing she had said to him was the argument, but she didn't go into detail on what the argument was about or what was said.
Now, with regard to her speaking about children, what, if any, further conversation did either yourself or Firefighter Whitley have with her in regard to that?
With children?
Yes.
I don't recall.
The other female party that Ms. Reed was initially with in the vehicle when you first arrived, did you know who that was?
I don't know who she was.
And at any point in time, subsequent to that, did you learn who she was?
I did.
And who did you learn her to be?
She was Miss Carrie Roberts.
And with relation to your conversation with Ms. Reed on that day of January 29th, what, if anything, did she say about Ms. Roberts?
Objection.
Sustained.
No.
The regard to the sort of medical questions that you were asked, from those medical questions, what, if any, questions would you typically ask someone with relation to consumption of alcohol or drugs?
Well, probably part of the psych assessment, I asked if she had taken any drugs or alcohol, and she had denied it at that point.
She said she had not, correct?
Correct.
The observations that you testified to earlier in regard to her, and by her I mean Ms. Reed's demeanor, Did that change at all during the course of your interaction with her, or was that consistent?
Demeanor as in,
It's a poorly phrased question. I'm going to try and rephrase it. So, with regard to her demeanor throughout the course of your interaction with her, how would you describe that?
she was cooperative. Then she'd be calm, and then eventually she would kind of get a little agitated and repetitive questions. But she seemed distraught.
Now, with respect to the person she indicated was her husband, what, if any, questions did she ask either you or Firefighter Whitley or both in relation to him?
She was asking if he was dead, or could he be dead, could be dead, and she said, could I have hit him?
Was that something that she asked once or more than once?
It wasn't a lot. It was more of, could he be dead, could he be dead?
So somewhat repetitive, is that correct?
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Firefighter Becker, just for my own clarification, you testified earlier that first arriving on scene and first spoke with Ms. Reed, she indicated that there was some statements that she said there were some statements that she did not mean, correct?
Correct. Suicidal statements.
And so, exactly. So my question is, that was in reference to the suicidal statements she had made prior to your arrival, correct?
Correct.
Not to any subsequent statements, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Rona. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You and I have never met, right?
I don't believe so.
I wanted to go back to one piece of testimony that you offered on direct examination, if I may.
Sure.
You had, in response to a question from the prosecutor about the medical history and your question to Ms. Reed about whether she had had any alcohol to drink. I believe your answer today was she denied having drank alcohol the night before?
At the time that she was, she could have drank, I don't know if she drank alcohol the night before, but at that time I asked if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
I'm sorry, if I just didn't hear.
Yeah, you need to keep your voice up, sir, or speak
Okay.
directly
Sorry.
into the microphone.
So I asked her if she had any drugs or alcohol, and she said no.
Oh, if she had any drugs.
Well, if she'd taken any drugs or alcohol, she said no.
Did you specify a time period?
I just assumed it'd be in the last few hours for the reason why we were there.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Unsure if she had alcohol days prior, but for the reason why we were there.
Okay. Was it your understanding that the two of you had an understanding of what you were asking?
Sure.
Objection, move to
Yeah,
strike.
yeah. So the objection sustained. It's stricken. Ask the question differently, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so I guess with regard to your intent and your state of mind when you were asking that question, you were asking, had you taken any drugs or alcohol within the last few hours? That's what you meant to ask?
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
What did you specifically ask?
So when I ask a patient if any drugs or alcohol, I'm talking about at that point in time, but an hour before, 2 hours before, not days before, weeks before.
Okay,
So-
and this was at 6:40 in the morning,
Correct.
Did you smell any alcohol on her at that time?
I did not.
Okay. You would agree that she did tell you at some point that she had had alcohol the night before, correct?
No.
All right. So this is now, what's today, May 3rd of 2024?
Correct.
And this happened back in January, on January 29th of 2022.
Correct.
You were interviewed by a Trooper Michael Proctor on February 14th of 2022. Do you recall that?
I recall meeting with him, yes.
And February 14th of 2022 would have been a little bit more than 2 weeks after January 29th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
Your memory of what Karen Reed told you about whether she had anything to drink the night before would have been much better on February 14th of 2022 when you were talking to Trooper Michael Proctor than it would be today, correct?
Correct.
Because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
Certain circumstances, sure.
And with regard to whether Karen had indicated that she took any drugs, you told Trooper Proctor she said that she had not, correct?
Correct.
With regard to whether she had had alcohol the night before, you told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that she did consume alcohol last night, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to see a sidebar on this. Please bring that with you, please.
Did you miss anything? Did you not hear anything?
With your permission, I'll repeat the question.
Sure.
You told Trooper Proctor on February 14th of 2022 that Karen had told you that she did consume alcohol the previous night, correct?
If that's in his notes,
Well, is your memory exhausted as to whether you told him that?
I don't recall.
If you saw his report with your statements in it, would that refresh your memory?
Sure.
It's a two-page report. I'll give you both, actually. It's a two-page report. I'll give you both pages, but I have highlighted a line on the second page, so I would direct you to that. May I approach?
Yes. And take your time reading it, sir.
Yes, yeah, and please read it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So I did say.
So, Mr. Becker, a couple of things. Wait for a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But also,
Sorry.
you have to keep your voice up.
Okay.
I'm close to you and I'm having trouble hearing you. Most
Okay.
of the jurors are further away.
And the way this works is I have to collect that from you and then ask you a question, okay?
So,
If I may approach you on.
Yes.
Having reviewed that document, does that refresh your memory as to whether or not Karen Reed, or strike that? Having reviewed that report, does that refresh your memory as to the fact that you...
Does that refresh your memory?
Does that refresh your memory?
it does.
Okay. And so did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 14th that Karen Reed had told you on January 29th that she had consumed alcohol the night before that?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you were listening to her talk at times, that her speech was very rapid?
Correct.
And particularly when she had said the words, is he dead? Is he dead? She would repeat it repetitively, correct?
Correct.
And she was fixated on that, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to the last interaction that she spoke about with whom you thought she said her husband, she didn't give you any detail about that, correct?
She did not.
You don't know whether it was an in-person communication?
That wasn't my position to ask more details about that.
And I'm not criticizing you, sir. I'm just trying to get to what your knowledge was in terms of
Right.
information you got from her. So she didn't specify that it was an in-person communication, correct?
No,
She didn't specify as to whether it was a phone conversation?
she did not.
She didn't specify whether it was a text message exchange back and forth?
She did not.
And she didn't specify whether it was an angry voicemail that she left, correct?
She did not.
No further questions. Thank you.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. All right, Mr. Becker or Firefighter Becker, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you. Yes, you can leave that right where it is. Thank you, sir. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. Does it make sense that rather than starting with another witness, figure it's a Friday afternoon, it's been a long week for you all, we'll excuse you at this point. So please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, disregard it and let us know. And have a great weekend. Monday will be a full day. We'll see you first thing Monday night. Okay.
Rise to the jury. You are ready to swear.
Oh, sure. May be seated.
I think there's an exhibit in the witness stand. All right, because I've decided that it makes more sense to do exhibits the old-fashioned way because it's simply not working out. Hundreds and 200s. So what I would like to do is take all of these, and I know Madam Court Reporter has been great about sticking around all late during the week to pre-mark things. This is more important to me that we get the record straight from this point. I would prefer the jurors to have the exhibits in order and not have numbers 200 and 300 in where they should be 15 and 16. So what I would like you to all do is take a look at the exhibits that have actually been introduced. Their prior numbers, if you have referred to them by their prior numbers, I will permit you for the rest of the trial to say previously referred to as 308, but now exhibit 15 until you feel you don't need to do that anymore. So it means things are going to have to be renumbered. So, Madam Court Reporter, was there anything else we needed to discuss on this? Is there anything else you need from the lawyers? Okay. So, I don't want to use your name. You've got a list of everything, and Mr. McDermott's got a list of everything that's been introduced. Do you need me to do this, or is this something you can all do with Madam Court Reporter? And I want to come out and make sure it's right. All right, so why don't you all take 10 minutes to see if you can work this through. I'll come out at the end of 10 minutes, see what you have, and we'll make sure the record's straight. Does that make sense to everybody?
It does. The only thing that I would ask to add to that, Your Honor, is in conformity with the court's ruling as far as redaction to the run sheets and the run reports. I'm not sure if they've been stickered or not, but there are medical records with regard to both the victim and the defendant that would be in there, and I would ask for them to either be marked for identification or taken out at this point. Ms. McLaughlin indicates they haven't been marked yet, so I would just ask to sort of retrieve.
All right, so that's sort of the second point. I assume there are many pages of medical records, and one of the things I told you this morning is if records are going to be introduced subject to redactions, those redactions have to be done before they're introduced. It's going to take some time. So you have to be, if you're not in agreement, then you need to tell me what you're not in agreement over, and I'll have to decide it, but they need to be redacted beforehand. Just because this is a long trial, I don't want it to take any longer than it necessarily has to be. And we have to make sure all of the exhibits are in order, especially if they do end up numbering in the hundreds. So, all right, so you've factor that into your schedule. We've got many days that we won't be in session. It seems like a good use of council's time to redact records and talk. If you need additional time and we need to cut into the evidence, I'd prefer not to, but I need to know. All right. So I have received from the Commonwealth all of the videos that I requested. I received a flash drive today. When can I get the videos? I thought I was clear yesterday. Apparently I wasn't. So when can I get all of the videos that the defendants intend to introduce? I had hoped to look at them over the weekend.
We can do, it's not a matter of getting them onto a flash drive. That's quick. It's just a matter of getting them to the court. So I would invite the court to direct us how, if you want to use the weekend, let us know. We work on Saturdays and Sundays.
So so you can't do it today? You can't do it before you leave? I don't think your IT person's here, right? Oh, if you can do it before you leave, if he can just download it onto a flash drive, that would be great. Do you want to go talk to him and see how long?
You might be able to do that.
We may be able to do that.
Why don't you talk to him?
So the jurors have been released for the
right.
weekend.
That
We won't leave until we give it to you.
that would be great. And Ms. Gianetti, yesterday you did say that you'd also give me some idea on why you think they're coming in.
Sure.
Okay, so if you have that, that would be great.
Yeah.
All right.
You I just want to make sure I'm very clear about what the court would like. We provided the double videos, the ones that we had put the good and Sirach cameras together. The court wants every single video that we intend to produce
Yes.
for the rest of trial.
Yes.
Okay, understood.
All right, and that's what I requested from both of you. I received, Ms. Gilman, tell me if I'm wrong, but Mr. McDermott handed me a flash drive today that said this was all the Commonwealth's video exhibits. Yes.
And that was after we met this morning, correct? Yes. Okay.
All right, so that'd be great. I just, I want to know what's on them. I was surprised yesterday, and
Understood.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Understood.
All right, so I'll come out after you remark the exhibits. Do you need a break before then, Madam Court Reporter? Mr. McDermott? All right, thanks.
Court, all rise, please.
So I think that's it as far as we're concerned. They're just getting some exhibits in order. One thing I have got to do is do a show on court reporters. They make it all work, and I have no idea what they do or how they do it. I just know she's Madam Court Reporter is talking into that crazy looking device, and got to get a few of these people. I know even our very own Ned Smith was a court reporter. We're going to have to do a show. And we're going to have to record it like a court reporter would do and then see how accurate you guys are. Jeff Wood, some people, not all, are saying that the Commonwealth gained some ground the last couple of days. I mean, you heard eyewitnesses saying repeatedly that that Karen Reed said, "I hit him," that she was a mess. Concerned that he was dead, all kinds of things that point to possibly being responsible for this. Those on the other side are going to have other answers as to why she said I hit him, but saying that I hit someone is about as clear an admission that I could think of, but I don't think of a lot of things. What are your thoughts, Jeff, before we say goodbye till the 5 p.m. show?
I think the prosecution is putting their evidence on, and it's clearly showing what they want to show, which is, I in my mind, again, I haven't heard every single testimony. I can't, because I also have other things to do, just like you have, right? But what I've heard is you're hearing that, she was drinking the night before, so she could have still been someone under the influence, which messes with certain things. And she's saying, I hit him. Could it have been I hit him, like the question, or was it the admission? The jury's going to have to decide based on what the people are telling them. But the prosecution is painting that picture right now. And I think the biggest thing to me that came about everything that's coming across right now is the fact that I think the defense was a little overzealous with the one firefighter. I think, you get her off the stand as quickly as you can. I think they tried. I don't think it succeeded. That's my opinion again, but I don't think they succeeded in trying to show like, oh, they're good friends. And so, look at this, they're on Facebook, but you only had 4 photographs. How long has that Facebook page been up? So, I mean, again, I'm just, my thought is social media is not truly reflective of many different things out there. But week 1 is down. We have at least 5 to 7 more weeks of this before it gets in the hands of the jury. Again, I go back to they're going for second-degree murder. When I read the state statute for second-degree murder, I think they're looking at saying she was committing a felony by driving drunk. And so when she hit him, that resulted in the death of of John O'Keefe, and as such, when you commit a felony and it results in a death, we can do what's considered a felony murder charge, which is second degree murder. I tend to think, maybe if they had just come in and said, hey, it's involuntary manslaughter, one of the manslaughter charges, we may not even be here. She may have just said, you're right, I screwed up. I've seen people who go in for manslaughter, not even involuntary manslaughter, and they're out within 2 to 3 years. So, I mean, you're getting convicted of involuntary manslaughter with their medical conditions, with different things. She may have done a little bit of jail time. She may not have. Who knows? I mean, we don't know what the judge will ultimately decide. But at the end of the day, right now, I believe the prosecution is doing a good job of presenting their evidence. They're bringing it in slow, and they're trying to paint a picture of someone who was not doing the right thing the night before. It's up to the defense to throw that. Here's our reasonable doubt, and I'm sure they'll get there. Especially when they get to some more of the police. When we've heard about how the investigation was sloppy, and once you get to that point, because right now we haven't really gotten to the investigators. When you get to that point, the defense has a good chance to truly shine and throw that reasonable doubt out to the jury. But we'll have to see how they do and see how it goes. But right now, I definitely think, in my opinion, the prosecution is doing a good job of bringing in the evidences they want. They want to paint that picture to the jury that Karen Reed was drunk. She was driving. She hit the guy. She's making statements afterwards that she hit him. She realized she hit him, and she's making those utterances that are to multiple people, and because she's recognizing what she did wrong. And I think that goes in favor of the prosecution at this time.
Well said. Huge thanks to Jeff, who joined us most of the week and has an open invitation. Him and I were both tending some other business as we watched this, which I love about podcasting. So not quite as formal as some of the other media outlets, but no doubt a fascinating case. We've also got just 1 week down, as Jeff pointed out, and a possible 5 to 7 more weeks to go. So this is an extremely long haul. I'm going to save my voice for the 5 p.m. show. Jeff, you're, as my mother would say, a gentleman and a scholar. Thank you for joining us. And I'll hit you up next week. We'll get you back on to watch some more next week if you want.
I'll be here, so just let me know.
All right. Space Coast, I don't know what to do here. I'm going to leave it running. I'm just going to bounce Jeff out and take myself out. Love you all. Love you, Norfolk County, Massachusetts, Boston, and Canton. And we'll see you in 1 hour and 7 minutes. Thank you. STS, I'm back. I lied. We are 6 hours and 55 minutes into this. The jury has been dismissed for the weekend. Week one is in the books. The fan is spinning still in the courtroom. However, they're just conducting court business related to exhibits. The judge would like to see all the defense videos for the remainder of the trial, and they're trying to upload or download. I never know which is which. So Judge Beverly Canoni has it. She said she didn't want to be surprised by anything. She said she was surprised yesterday, does not want to be surprised again. So we are going to cut out of this. Monday, by the way, we're doing a special Holocaust Remembrance show. Carmen and I kick off the book tour. It's going to be a long day. And then we will do something at 7 o'clock at night. We're doing something here at 5 p.m. with Phil and Scott. COE will queue up some Barry Morphew and Suzanne Morphew photos. And we're going to have a nice, relaxed, fun Friday, fun-filled Friday. Until then, please keep John O'Keefe, police officer John O'Keefe, in your thoughts and prayers. You look at his family, and it is brutal to watch that. And no matter which way this goes, you just got to hope that John O'Keefe and his family get justice. So see you at 5 o'clock. Till then, love you, America. Love you, Norfolk County, Massachusetts, Canton, Mass, Boston, Mass, everywhere in Massachusetts, even Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. How about that? And Connecticut. See you guys at 5.